Chapter 467. After understanding this point, Tian Ying's heart involuntarily felt aghast at Murong Xianxian's thoughts. Everyone said that this little witch of his was brainless and only knew how to cause trouble. However, from the looks of it now, this was not the case. Of course, while Tian Ying thought of this point, he did not expect that even though he had already roughly guessed Murong Xianxian's thoughts, there was still another layer that he did not expect. A beauty loves a hero. Xiao Yan's rescue a couple of times as well as his earlier performance had unknowingly caused an unknown complicated emotion to rise in Murong Xianxian's heart. Perhaps she herself was unaware of this. Xiao Yan's face was calm during the boring journey. His gaze would occasionally look towards the distant sky as he pondered over something in his heart. As for this young lady, she was completely unaware of just how many times she had looked at Xiao Yan as she turned back time and time again. After recovering, Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of Tian Ying's words. However, he was extremely surprised in his heart. However, Xiao Yan's eyes rotated in the next moment. Before Xiao Yan could open his mouth, Murong Xianxian, who was in front, suddenly fell swiftly towards the mountain range below. The expressions on the faces of the few of them involuntarily became slightly startled when they saw this. After which, Xiao Yan immediately recovered. The expression on his face changed as his body moved. He instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet. Following a wave of sharp rushing wind sound, Xiao Yan's body was like an arrow that pierced through the clouds as he swiftly flashed and arrived in front of the young lady. Only at this moment did Tian Ying's trio in the sky recover. They saw the familiar mountain forest below as well as Xiao Yan, who had already flashed in front of the young lady. The words that were about to reach their mouths were forcefully swallowed back in the next moment. Xiao Yan frowned tightly when he saw the young lady's lovely body falling rapidly. He could not help but feel some doubt in his heart. The young lady in front of him had clearly refined the medicinal pill. Why would she fall from the sky at this moment? Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly in his heart. He immediately stepped forward and caught the young lady, who was falling rapidly, in his embrace. This scene caused the corners of the mouths of the three people in the sky to twitch wildly. Feeling the warm and tender lovely body in his embrace, Xiao Yan did not have the time to check the injuries within the young lady's body when the young lady in his embrace suddenly let out a cry. Her tender lovely body struggled in Xiao Yan's embrace before she hurriedly escaped. After which, she furiously stared at Xiao Yan with her shapely eyebrows and a bright red color. "Rogue, what are you trying to do?" The young lady's face. From the young lady's body to fall. Why was it that her body to fall from the sky? In the blink of an eye, she had to fall to fall to. Xiao Yan took a look at this cave. It was actually built halfway up a towering mountain. Just in front of this cave, one would be able to see the sun rise and set for an entire day. It was enough to overlook half of the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. With such a grand and imposing cave dwelling, it was not difficult to guess that among the three people, this cave dwelling definitely belonged to Sky Eagle. Welcome Mr. Xiao Yan to my cave. While Xiao Yan was feeling surprised in his heart, Tian Ying's figure had unknowingly appeared on a stone platform not far away from Xiao Yan. At this moment, he was looking at Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian with a smile. However, that smile appeared a little wretched in Xiao Yan's eyes. Behind him, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang also descended. When Xiao Yan looked at them, he discovered that even the usually stern Xiong Gang had revealed a wretched smile that was exactly the same as the Tian Ying duo. Cough cough. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only let out two awkward coughs. He turned his gaze only to discover that Murong Xianxian was still staring at Xiao Yan with a devouring look on her small face. This caused Xiao Yan to feel incomparably embarrassed in his heart. "Humph, stinking rogue," the young lady spat softly. Her eyes viciously cut at Xiao Yan. After which, she shifted her gaze away from him. Immediately, she shot towards Tian Ying. Tian Ying, who had a wretched smile on his face a moment ago, instantly changed his expression when he sensed Murong Xianxian's dark and stern gaze. He smiled at the young lady in a fawning manner and rubbed his hands together. Only then did he awkwardly say, "Young miss, if you don't open the door, I will get someone to stew you." The young lady's words had just sounded when not only Tianying, but even the Flame Lion and Xionggang by the side had a change in expression. They exchanged glances with each other and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In their hearts, they knew that this great ant in front of them was really angry. Tianying hurriedly took a couple of steps forward. He raised both of his hands and formed a couple of complicated seals. Only then did the thick and heavy stone door in front of them slowly open amidst a series of grinding sounds. When the stone door opened, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group was a deep tunnel. This tunnel was so large that it could allow dozens of people to walk side by side. Its height was also hundreds of feet high, causing one to feel intimidated at first glance. Mr. Xiao Yan, please. Our residence is simple and crude. I wonder if my cave dwelling will be able to catch Mr. Xiao Yan's eye when compared to those palaces of yours." Tianying smiled and made an inviting gesture towards Xiao Yan. As for Murong Qianxian, she had already taken the lead to enter the cave dwelling when it opened. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled when he heard Tianying's words. Such a majestic cave dwelling was actually described as simple and crude. How could these buildings, which were majestic in the eyes of humans, endure this? I don't really know much about these things. I have been outside for a long time, eating and sleeping in the open. It is fine as long as I have a place to stay. Why do I need to delve into whether it is grand or not? Xiao Yan smiled. Both of his eyes flickered slightly. Immediately he stepped into the tunnel. Behind him, Tianying and the Flame Lion exchanged glances and smiled. Soon after, they also quickly stepped into the tunnel. The stone door was shut, but the tunnel was not dark. Instead, the entire tunnel was brightly lit under the gentle glow of numerous night pearls. After Tianying and the other two entered the tunnel, they immediately walked on either side of Xiao Yan. At this moment, Tianying and the other two had already viewed Xiao Yan as an expert of the same level as them. Even though his cultivation appeared to only be that of a 5-star half-martial emperor, the strength that he possessed was sufficient to make a 9-star half-martial emperor lower their head before him. The four of them walked side by side in the tunnel. In this majestic tunnel, a human's body was as tiny as an ant. As they walked forward, Xiao Yan secretly thought of something in his heart. Only after a long while did Xiao Yan raise his gaze. As he walked, he turned his gaze towards Tianying and asked, "Brother Tianying, can I start with you for my first request?" Chapter 468. In the deep tunnel, the footsteps of the four people paused as Xiao Yan's words were emitted. Tianying involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He felt a little surprised in his heart. He originally thought that Xiao Yan would consider these three requests for a long time. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan had already decided in such a short period of time. Tianying mused for a moment before he frowned slightly. He lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yan and asked, "Mr. Xiao Yan, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Xiao Yan's face revealed a slight smile when he heard this. He nodded slightly before his eyes landed on Tianying's body. His pitch-black pupils were like a deep pool with a glint flickering deep within them. After which, Xiao Yan smiled and asked Tianying instead, "Brother Tianying, you have yet to listen to me. Why are you advising me to reconsider first?" This is only my personal guess. Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not doubt me." The expression on Tianying's face immediately hardened when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He swiftly cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan and laughed. From the previous scene, Tianying could already tell that the relationship between Xiao Yan and his little grandaunt was not ordinary. After all, if it was someone else who dared to hug her body, that person would definitely be torn to pieces by her. Why would she turn around and flee with a flushed face? A different thought involuntarily rose in Tianying's heart as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. If his little miss had not only taken a fancy to Xiao Yan's future potential but had also taken a fancy to him as a person, the identity of this black-robed young man in front of him would likely be extraordinary in the future. Hence, if he could build a good relationship with him now, perhaps he would be able to speak with him when they met in the future. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally unaware of Tianying's thoughts at this moment. When he heard the latter's words, Xiaoyan smiled faintly and waved his hand gently, indicating that he did not mind. Soon after, he opened his mouth and laughed. Actually, I've already explained this matter to the three of you 3 months ago. The moment Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Sky Eagle could not help but frown. He exchanged glances with Xianxia and immediately understood. Mr. Xiaoyan, you mean, I hope that the three of you can make way for me to pass through the Shilin mountain range. Tianying's trio knit their brows tightly in the face of this. Min Xing revealed a troubled expression. The three of them exchanged glances and quietly communicated with each other. After which, they looked at Xiaoyan. When he saw the expression on Tianying's face, Xiaoyan could not help but have a bad premonition in his heart. The expression on his face also changed slightly. Mr. Xiaoyan, it is not that the three of us are unwilling to make way for you. However, the Shilin mountain range has its own rules. No one is allowed to step into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. This rule is something that even the three of us cannot break. Xiaoyan's originally frowning brows became even more twisted after Tianying's words sounded. Only then did he recall that Guyu had once told him 3 months ago that there was likely a Do D-class expert in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Although Guyu did not say it clearly back then, Xiaoyan was certain that there was definitely an expert above the Do D-class in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Otherwise, the so-called rules of this place would not restrict the three of them. While Xiaoyan was thinking of this in his heart, Tianying once again opened his mouth to Xiaoyan. The words from his mouth caused Xiaoyan to feel helpless. Moreover, Mr. Xiaoyan should have already discovered just how frightening the cold wind is after the collapse of the eastern wall. That thing is something that even the three of us brothers do not dare to guarantee that we will be able to enter the hinterland of the mountain range. Of course, it is not that we do not believe in your strength. However, that cold wind is not something that an ordinary thing can compare with. Mr. Xiaoyan must believe in this point. Xiaoyan did not doubt Tianying's words. After all, the frightening cold wind from 3 months ago was just like yesterday when he thought about it now. It was still fresh in his memory. Xiaoyan did not doubt that even if he used all his strength, it was likely that he would not be able to reach the middle of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, much less pass through it. Xiaoyan involuntarily knitted his brows tightly when he thought of this. He sighed helplessly in his heart. If he was unable to pass through the Shilin mountain range, wouldn't he be unable to reach the western wastelands region? Tianying and Yanshi exchanged glances when they saw the worried expression on Xiaoyan's face. Their gazes shifted before they once again opened their mouths to speak to Xiaoyan. Mr. Xiaoyan, actually, it is not that there is no way to solve this matter. Before the words from Tianying's mouth sounded, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly became one of joy. This kind of joy after being disappointed was something that one would find hard to come by. May I know if Brother Tianying has any ideas? If this matter is successful, Xiaoyan will definitely come and thank the three of you when I return in the future. Xiaoyan's face was filled with joy as he spoke in a serious voice with a smile as he ferociously cupped his hands together towards the three people in front of him. There is no need for Mr. Xiaoyan to do this. We are merely following young Mrs. wishes. Of course, I'm afraid that we are unable to contribute much in this matter. Tianying also understood in his heart when he saw Xiaoyan actually reveal such an expression. This matter was likely quite important to Xiaoyan. Otherwise, it would not cause this usually calm black-robed young man in front of him to reveal such an expression. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard Tianying's words. The three of them were the only experts in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. If this matter was not related to them, who else could it be? Hiss! In the next instant, Xiaoyan suddenly inhaled a breath of cool air. There was a startled expression on his face. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. A pair of pitch-black eyes were instantly lifted. Both of his eyes were widened as he stared at Tianying in front of him. His face was filled with surprise. Tianying immediately nodded and smiled when he saw this. In his heart, he knew that Xiaoyan had already guessed the answer. Hence, he did not beat around the bush and directly said, "That's right. This method is my young miss." Even though he already knew the answer in his heart, The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth still involuntarily twitched when he heard Tian Ying personally say it. He originally thought that it would be fine as long as he brought this little girl here and the two of them would no longer have anything to do with each other. However, who would have thought that the most troublesome matter for him would ultimately still have to rely on this little girl? Xiao Yan felt helpless in his heart when he thought of this. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He really did not know whether he was lucky or unlucky to have met this little girl. Xiao Yan smiled helplessly. His heart immediately felt relieved. No matter how one put it, this matter could finally come to an end. Xiao Yan smiled in his heart. He lifted his eyes and looked towards the end of the tunnel. His feet moved and he once again walked forward. Behind him, Tian Ying and the other two exchanged glances with each other. A glint flashed across each of their eyes. Their bodies moved and followed behind. Chapter 469. At the end of the tunnel was a misty world. The entire space was filled with white fog. Following the arrival of Xiao Yan's group, the fog in front of the four of them automatically spread to the sides. A path that was built from stone platforms floating in the air appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. Mr. Xiao Yan, please? Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows as he watched the scene in front of him with a surprised expression. At this moment, a faint laughter was emitted from Sky Eagle's mouth by the side. Xiao Yan smiled courteously upon hearing this. After which, he moved his feet and slowly walked forward. A moment later, as the fog scattered, a huge palace appeared in the depths of this space. The entire palace appeared grand and majestic, causing one to involuntarily exclaim in admiration upon seeing it. After the few of them entered the large hall, they still did not see Xianxia's figure. It was likely that she had gone somewhere else. The few of them helplessly smiled at this. Due to the injuries within the flame lion's body, he had temporarily left this place with Xionggang. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan and Sky Eagle remained in the spacious large hall. May I ask Mr. Xiao Yan, the reason why you want to pass through the Shilin mountain range is to head to the Western Wastelands region? The two of them had just taken their seats when Sky Eagle once again smiled and asked Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled upon hearing this. However, he did not deny it. He nodded his head and replied, "Indeed. The reason why I want to pass through the Shilin mountain range is to head to the Western Wastelands region." Sky Eagle nodded his head and continued speaking. "I heard that the Western Wastelands region is the most chaotic place in the Western region. Of course, it is also a treasure ground." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel a little surprised. He only knew that it was a training ground. However, from Sky Eagle's gaze, it seemed that it was not just for this. From these words, it seems that Brother Sky Eagle is quite familiar with the Western Wastelands region. I've been to the Western Desolation region in my early years as well. I must say that it is indeed a cultivation treasure land. Although it is a bit dangerous, it is precisely because of this that it is even more attractive. After all, a true expert is tempered through flesh and blood, and not something that can be achieved through peaceful cultivation. Xiao Yan nodded his head in response to Sky Eagle's words. Ever since he started cultivating, it had always been the same. He had seen too many disciples of aristocratic families. Even if they were successful in their cultivation, it would still be difficult for them to achieve greatness if they did not go through the tempering of battle. After all, no matter how good a piece of jade was, if it was not polished, it would be difficult for it to become a perfect piece of jewelry. It was even more so for people. Mr. Xiao Yan is young and promising. There is naturally no need for me to say more about this. However, there is something that I do not know if Mr. Xiao Yan understands. The reason why I said that the Western Desolation region is a treasure ground is not only because it is a cultivation treasure ground. At this point, Xiao Yan's body involuntarily straightened slightly. Xiao Yan did not know much about the Western Desolation region. If he could learn a little from Sky Eagle's mouth, it would naturally be good. I will not say too much about other matters. After all, the Western Desolation region is a place where good and bad people are mixed together. I am unable to say anything with certainty. Therefore, I am unable to explain too much to Mr. Xiao Yan. However, Mr. Xiaoyan should also know about the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Upon hearing a topic that was related to him, Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily paused for a moment. However, he felt a little disappointed in his heart. If it was only this kind of matter, it was likely that there was no need for him to understand. After all, ever since the ancient tomb of Heaven's End was discovered, no one knew anything about it. Therefore, even if Sky Eagle told Xiao Yan about it now, it was likely that it would merely be some information that was already known about from the outside world. Ancient tomb of Heaven's End, Who in the Western region does not know about this? Gently shaking his head, the thread of interest that had just been ignited in Xiao Yan's heart was immediately extinguished. Mr. Xiao Yan does not seem to think that I am able to give you any different information. At this moment, Sky Eagle, who was seated opposite Xiao Yan, smiled slightly. His face was filled with a smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. There was a different color that continuously flowed within his eyes. Oh, don't tell me that Brother Sky Eagle knows something else? Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyes when he heard Sky Eagle's laughter. Instantly, he looked at the other party. At the same time, a ripple involuntarily appeared in his emotionless eyes. If that was really the case, Xiao Yan would definitely not let go of even the smallest matter. I have indeed obtained some information regarding the ancient tomb of Heaven's End by chance. Of course, I am unable to confirm whether it is true or false. However, I believe that anyone who knows about this matter would rather believe it than not, so I have remembered it. Sky Eagle lowered his head slightly as he frowned slightly and pondered. Xiao Yan nodded slightly when he heard this. His ears carefully listened to every single word that Sky Eagle said, not daring to overlook anything at all. After all, this was related to the dwelling of a returnance expert. How could Xiao Yan be careless and not listen to it? According to my understanding at that time, after Tianju created the cave mansion, before he died, he turned his life's cultivation into inheritance and sealed it. Then, he divided it into 3 parts and placed them in the 3 halls of Tianju's ancient tomb. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately shone brightly when he heard this. He immediately became spirited. Xiao Yan had no doubt that he would be able to break through to the level of a Dou-Di in an extremely short amount of time if he could obtain the legacy of a returnance expert. This temptation was just too great. Sky Eagle smiled when he saw the joy on Xiao Yan's face. He gently shook his head and continued, "There are 3 halls within the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Outside the 3 halls, there is a layer of seal. Moreover, this seal is very special. It must be opened by Tianju's 3 famous skills. Once someone tries to use external force to break the seal, the result will be that the inheritance and other treasures inside will be destroyed along with it." Xiao Yan did not smile at all when he heard this. Instead, he could not help but frown. If that really was the case, he would definitely become the target of everyone. After all, 2 of the 3 great skills that made Tianju Shangren famous were in the hands of those 2 sections. Those ordinary experts would naturally not dare to easily become enemies with them. Once this was the case, Xiao Yan would need to be present if he wanted to undo the seal. At that time, even without the 4 great sects, Xiao Yan would still have a countless number of enemies standing in front of him. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed when he thought of this. He was just about to shake his head when Tianning once again opened his mouth. This time around, the expression on Xiao Yan's face once again changed after Tianying's word sounded. Chapter 470. Moreover, according to what I know, in addition to Shangren Tianjue's Genesis Qi inheritance, there is also Shangren Tianjue's spirit source power in the 3 great halls. Xiao Yan's expression changed the moment Tianying's word sounded. At this moment, Tianying lifted his eyes. A pair of azure eyes stared at Xiao Yan. His face was filled with a smile. "You mean spirit source power?" Although very surprised by this news, Xiao Yan could not help but ask. Relatively speaking, there would more or less be some strength inheritance within the cave dwelling of some experts. However, the spiritual source energy that Sky Eagle had mentioned was extremely rare. After all, the soul was the foundation of a living being. It was already considered a great favor for an ordinary expert to leave behind the inheritance of their strength at the end of their life. However, it was almost impossible for them to leave behind the power of their soul. When a person died, their soul would be extinguished. However, when a mortal died, their soul would follow them. This could be considered as the last thing that the deceased had left behind. Yet, he had actually left his soul origin energy in this world. This was clearly a deliberate act of giving away everything he had. Generally speaking, people who could do such a thing were generally seniors in some forces. Before they died, they would leave everything to their juniors so that they could improve the overall strength of their juniors. It could also be considered as a contribution to the future of the whole force. However, in the entire continent, the number of times that Tianju did such a thing was very few. That's right, it is spirit source power. Hee, I know that Mr. Xiao Yan is an alchemist, and your grade is definitely not low. Ordinary things naturally won't catch your eye, but if it's related to spirit source power, Mr. Xiao Yan will definitely not let it go so easily. Xiao Yan stared at the space in front of him. His fingertips under his sleeves gently rubbed the storage ring on his finger. A moment later, a glint flashed in his eyes and he nodded slightly at Tianning. He was indeed quite concerned about spirit source power. However, the main point was not for himself, but for Xiao Xian, who was still in the jade bottle and was only left with a remnant spirit. Tianning could not help raising his brows when he saw Xiao Yan's appearance. Soon after, he smiled again and did not think too much about it. Besides this, there is also the most precious thing in the tomb. The value of this thing can be said to be completely above Shangren Tianjue's inheritance. As his voice sounded, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. His dark black eyes revealed a deep shock. The expression on his entire face appeared extremely interesting at this moment. Originally, Xiao Yan thought that this was all the information that Tianning had given him after hearing about what had happened earlier. It was unexpected that Tianning had actually thrown another heavy bomb at this moment. An item that was worth more than the lifetime legacy of a returnance expert could truly be regarded as a shocking treasure. Tianning could not help but smile when he saw the shock on Xiao Yan's face again. In reality, his expression was even more exaggerated than Xiao Yan's when he first received the news. I wonder what kind of accessory it is. How can it be worth more than Shangren Tianjue's inheritance? It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally withdrew the emotions within his heart. He cupped his hands to Tianning and asked in a serious voice. Tianning casually waved his hand when he saw that. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, I don't know what it is. I don't remember exactly what that thing is, but I am certain that it is a cultivation method. That cultivation method is the source of Lord Tianju's strength. Ugh! Xiao Yan could not help but pout inside when he heard that. If it was some other treasure, he really might be tempted. However, no matter how heaven-defying it was, Xiao Yan would not be tempted by it if it was only a cultivation method. After all, having practiced the flame mantra, Xiao Yan was unable to raise the slightest interest in other qi methods. Tianning naturally did not discover the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. Hence, he merely paused for a moment before continuing to speak. Yeah, I remember the name of the cultivation method. It seems to be called the B- the returnance technique, and its grade seems to be quite high as well. It has reached the level of an intent tier cultivation method. This is what I learnt from the jade slip that I obtained the information from back then. However, I'm not sure how much of the information is true, but I do hope it's true. Xiao Yan nodded. He did not seem to care about this. No matter how precious the cultivation method was, it could not be compared to his blaze mantra. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to ignore it, Gu Yu, who was in his body, suddenly spoke. Brat, you have to ask more clearly whether that cultivation method is the returnance technique. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed after Gu Yu's words sounded. He frowned and a surprise involuntarily rose in his heart. He hurriedly asked Gu Yu in his heart. He hurriedly asked Gu Yu, Old Gu, do you know what the returnance technique is? Don't ask too much. When the time comes, you will naturally know. For you, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. But for now, it's best if you ask more about that cultivation method and confirm whether that cultivation method is the returnance art or not. Xiao Yan immediately felt a great curiosity towards this so-called returnance technique when he heard Gu Yu's solemn tone. This returnance technique was likely extraordinary if it was treated so seriously by someone like Gu Yu. At the same time, Tianying also saw the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face. Tianying could not help but feel suspicious when he saw the huge contrast in Xiao Yan's expression. At this moment, Xiao Yan once again asked Tianying, "Brother Tianying, can you confirm what the name of that cultivation method is?" Tianying was stunned when he heard this. He frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Yan with a strange expression. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered when he saw this. He paused for a moment before he laughed dryly and said, "Hee hee. It is just that I suddenly recalled that my master once had a friend. The cultivation method that he practiced seemed to be called the returnance technique. Now that I think about it, I feel curious." Tianying's eyes flickered when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He smiled and did not hide anything. He frowned and thought for a moment before he nodded and said with certainty, "That's right. That's right. If the news is true, then this cultivation technique should be the origin returning technique." Tianying's words had just sounded when he seemed to have recalled something. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said to Xiao Yan, "That's right. That's right." In addition, the jade slip I obtained at that time also mentioned that this cultivation method can allow people below the half-step emperor realm to cultivate without any bottlenecks. Although I don't know if this can be confirmed, this is the most information I know. As for the other information, I'm afraid you can only wait until the ancient tomb opens before you can understand it yourself. Xiao Yan slowly nodded when he heard Tianying's words. At the same time, he confirmed with Gu Yu in his heart. A moment later, a soft yes was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was still unclear about the so-called returnance technique, Xiao Yan never doubted Gu Yu's words. Chapter 471. During the next few days, Xiao Yan continued to stay within Tianying's cave dwelling. Murong Xianxian and the Tianying trio had also temporarily undertaken a retreat due to their injuries. Only Xiao Yan remained within this extravagant cave dwelling. There was a stone platform suspended within the misty fog. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on it. Both of his hands formed a training seal. The flame art chi method within his body was swiftly circulating. Wave after wave of powerful natural energy swiftly gathered toward Xiao Yan. This stone platform was originally the stone platform that Tianying usually used for training. Since it had been chosen by him, the natural energy gathered around this stone platform was naturally extremely dense. Following Tianying's retreat, this place was taken advantage of by Xiao Yan. After a period of training, Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes. His aura had also reached its peak condition. Xiao Yan's seated body moved slightly. He could even sense a faint energy ripple spreading from the empty space around him. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He stretched his body a little. Immediately, he began to measure his battle with the Tianying trio. The Sky Absolute Step had reached the advanced wind movement stage. It must be said that this was a great help to the current Xiao Yan. With the Sky Absolute Step, there was definitely no one below the Do D class who could compare with Xiao Yan's speed. Additionally, Xiao Yan's frightening fighting strength had surpassed his own. Just like how the big battle with the Tianying trio had reflected, Xiao Yan no longer feared anyone below the Do D class. This time around, he could completely rely on his own strength. There was even no need for the Northern King to intervene. It must be said that the current Xiao Yan was already not inferior to a 9-star bandit just by relying on his own fighting strength. Of course, even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's heart still contained an incomparable pressure. After all, what he was about to face was not as simple as a mere bandit. Within the 4 great sects, there were many 9-star bandits and there was no lack of genuine elite Do-di. If he was unable to raise his strength as soon as possible, relying on his fighting strength alone would not be a long-term solution. Hence, only true strength would be able to help Xiao Yan avoid a calamity. If he wanted to obtain strength as quickly as possible, there was only one path he could take. The Ice Spirit Pill. Although Xiao Yan did not wish to lose Gu Yu, who had accompanied him for many years like a teacher and friend, it was just as Gu Yu had said. This was his responsibility. Even Xiao Yan could not shirk it. Xiao Yan sighed softly with a complicated emotion. Only then did he stand up. He thought for a moment in his heart before his body moved and flew out of the Sky Eagle's mansion. A short moment later, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared in front of a volcano. The height of this volcano was not any lower than Tianying's mountain. The area within a few hundred kilometers of this volcano was bright red in color. Magma flowed out from the cracks around the volcano, turning into a magma river that slowly flowed into the distance. Occasionally, there would be a cluster of huge bubbles surging out from the magma, after which they would explode and release a hot gas, causing the temperature of this place to become increasingly frightening. Standing above the mouth of the volcano, Xiao Yan was still able to sense the frightening temperature and wild and violent energy contained within the magma despite being 1,000 feet away. Of course, this was naturally not worth mentioning to Xiao Yan. He, who possessed a heavenly flame, was completely indifferent to this little bit of magma placed in front of him. Even the bottom of the magma, which appeared impossible for others to enter, was like an uninhabited place to Xiao Yan. That's right. The objective of Xiao Yan's trip this time around was to reach the bottom of this volcano. More accurately speaking, it should be the flame lion at the bottom of this volcano. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly revealed a smile as he looked at the volcano below. After which, his body moved and he had already appeared above the hot magma in a lightning-like manner. Xiao Yan once again smiled as he looked at the hot magma under his feet. He waved his large hand and the heavenly flame in his palm emitted a puff sound as it rose. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame also began to churn. At the same time, the hot magma under Xiao Yan's feet swiftly parted, opening a straight path for Xiao Yan to head downwards. Xiao Yan ceased hesitating. His body moved and the sky extinction step was instantly used. His body swiftly rushed down towards the bottom of the magma. A long while later, Xiao Yan directly flew a distance of nearly 10,000 feet towards the bottom of the magma. Only then did a glaring Do-Chi light barrier appear in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. "I've arrived." With a smile in his heart, Xiao Yan's descending speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared outside of the light barrier. At this moment, the flame lion, who was training cross-legged at a certain spot within the light barrier, also sensed Xiao Yan's aura. Immediately, he involuntarily frowned slightly and withdrew from his training state. Only then did a thought pass through his mind. At the same time, the Do-Chi light barrier in front of Xiao Yan automatically parted to form a path that only one person could pass through. Xiao Yan took a step forward and entered it. "Haha, it is unexpected that Brother Xiao Yan would actually come to this boring and vexed place of mine. May I know what advice you have for me?" The flame lion's deep and bold laughter was immediately transmitted over like thunder the moment they met. The flame lion was a straightforward person. After a couple of clashes, he had not only treated Xiao Yan as an expert of the same level but also as a friend. Hence, he was naturally not as restrained as he was at the beginning when he spoke to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not dislike the flame lion's tone. Instead, he felt that this would allow him to get along better with the latter. After laughing a few times in response to the latter, Xiao Yan finally inhaled a deep breath of air. He lifted his gaze to look at the flame lion in front of him and said with a smile, "Ha, that's right. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a reason. The reason why I have come this time is indeed because I need old brother Flame Lion's help." Hearing Xiao Yan call him old brother, the Flame Lion immediately felt a wave of comfort in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "Since there is something, Brother Xiao Yan can just say it. Moreover, young Miss has also said that as long as you can bring it up and we can do it, we will definitely help." Ha! Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh once again. However, the expression on his face quickly recovered. After musing for a moment, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and said, "From what I can see, old brother Flame Lion's flame energy is blessed by nature. I think that this volcano should have quite a long history." Xiao Yan's words paused for a moment. The Flame Lion nodded his head and indicated for Xiao Yan to continue. "Therefore, I want to ask if old brother Flame Lion has the few things that I need." Hearing this, the Flame Lion's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. Immediately, he smiled in relief. His hands were placed on his waist as he laughed loudly at Xiao Yan. "Ha, I have almost forgotten. Brother Xiao Yan is an alchemist. Since that is the case, Brother Xiao Yan can just say whatever you want. I don't have anything else here, but as long as it is of the fire attribute, whether it is medicinal ingredients that are over 1,000 years old or flame crystals that are a few hundred years old, I can easily find a few of them for you. Hee, it is not that I am boasting to you. As long as you can name it, I guarantee that I can basically take it out for you. In terms of medicinal ingredient storage, even if Tianying and Xionggang were to add up, they would not necessarily have as much as me." Ha! After boasting, the flame lion's face actually revealed a proud expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately sighed in relief. Although he had come with a goal this time around, he did not dare to guarantee that the few things that he was looking for would really be found here by the flame lion. However, hearing the latter's words at this moment, a little excitement surged in Xiao Yan's heart. After organizing his words in his heart, Xiao Yan looked at the flame lion in front of him with a surprised expression. He cupped his hands together and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. "In that case, I will first thank old brother Flame Lion here." After expressing his thanks, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. He told the Flame Lion about the medicinal ingredients that he needed, as well as the few special flame crystals that he needed to refine the incarnation. Lava fruit, blazing flame essence vine. However, as Xiao Yan continued to speak one after another, the expression on the Flame Lion's face changed from the relaxed and pleased expression in the beginning to a dull and stupefied expression in the end. Chapter 472. At the bottom of a volcano in the depths of the Shilin mountain range, the Flame Lion's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly at Xiao Yan in front of him. The expression on his face looked rather interesting at this moment. Xiao Yan, who was in front of him, continuously spat out the names of various medicinal ingredients. There were nearly 100 of them. Even though the Flame Lion had an indifferent attitude towards most of the medicinal ingredients, as Xiao Yan continued speaking, the Flame Lion's expression involuntarily began to change. The medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan spat out had a value and medicinal properties. At first, they were the lowest grade medicinal ingredients that were 100 years old. At this moment, they had even extended to 1,000 years old or even several thousand years old. A medicinal ingredient of this age was something that even the Flame Lion treated as his life. Yet, Xiao Yan in front of him had forcefully taken away half of all the precious medicinal ingredients that he had gathered over the years the moment he opened his mouth. It was likely that no one would be able to accept such a thing regardless of who it was that was to be the one to do it. It was only because the person standing in front of the Flame Lion at this moment was Xiao Yan. If it was anyone else, the Flame Lion would have long since gone berserk. When Xiao Yan spat out the last word from his mouth, the Flame Lion's face no longer had any expression. He only nodded stiffly at Xiao Yan. A trace of despair was revealed in his reddish-brown eyes. Helplessly, how could he be happy when he saw his family's property being taken away by someone else? When he saw the expression on the Flame Lion's face, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but be slightly startled. However, he immediately laughed softly and said to the Flame Lion, "Don't worry. Brother Flame Lion, don't worry. I won't take your things for free. You've only promised me one thing, so I'll only take one thing from you. How about this? I'll use Emperor-grade pills to exchange for the other things. What do you think?" When he heard Xiao Yan's words, the Flame Lion's expression was immediately startled. Immediately, his entire mood immediately turned for the better. A joyous smile also swiftly surged onto his rough face. Although those medicinal ingredients were extremely precious and were regarded as treasures by him, what made the Flame Lion feel helpless at the same time was that the wild and violent energy contained within those medicinal ingredients prevented him from refining them for his own use. Hence, although these medicinal ingredients were precious, they were ultimately like poisonous mushrooms in the Flame Lion's hands. He could only look at them but could not eat them. Hence, when he heard that Xiao Yan was willing to use medicinal pills to exchange, the Flame Lion was naturally very happy. After laughing, the Flame Lion's expression changed. He immediately waved his sleeves and led the way for Xiao Yan. At the same time, he also laughed as he said, "Brother Xiao Yan, please follow me." After his voice sounded, the flame lion took the lead and led the way for Xiaoyan. Behind him, Xiaoyan also smiled and nodded. He took a step forward and followed closely behind. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan had the opportunity to admire the unique space at the bottom of the magma. Unlike what he had imagined, the space in front of him did not become desolate because of the magma outside of the Do-Chi light barrier. On the contrary, this place appeared to be filled with life. There was a small forest in Xiaoyan's sight. That's right, it was a forest. Every tree in the forest appeared to be at least a few hundred years old. Their crimson-red branches and crimson-red leaves caused these trees to appear like a large fire that burned all year round. It was quite imposing. Moreover, this was merely a small forest. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of awe-inspiring scene it would be if such a large forest was occupied by it. Xiaoyan's eyes strangely paused on the forest below for a moment, after which, he followed the flame lion and passed through the sky above the forest. After flying for a moment, they immediately appeared outside of a mountain cave. Haha, this place of mine cannot be compared to the residence of that fellow Tianying. Brother Xiaoyan, please don't dislike it. Ha! Xiaoyan smiled when he heard this. He shook his head in an unconcerned manner, after which he quickly entered the mountain cave. The interior of the mountain cave was a flight of stairs that led deep into the ground. Although it was deep underground, the rock walls that emitted a crimson fluorescent light caused the cave to appear not so dark. Although the mountain cave was simple and crude, when Xiaoyan first stepped into it, he was greeted by an extremely hot gust of wind. The sudden gust of wind caused Xiaoyan's expression to change slightly. Even his breathing became a little sluggish. However, Xiaoyan quickly recovered. Feeling the gust of wind that came towards him, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. This gust of wind was so frightening that it could easily incinerate some ordinary things. The fire affinity energy that it contained caused even Xiaoyan to involuntarily exclaim in amazement. Haha, although the design of old Brother Flame Lion's cave is not as good as Brother Tianying's, if one were to train here, it is likely that the results one would obtain would be even better than at Tianying's place. Haha. This is only relative to fire affinity cultivators like us. However, I really feel lucky. Although I cannot swallow and refine those medicinal ingredients, the energy that those things attract is of great help to me. Therefore, I did not place those medicinal ingredients into my storage ring. Instead, I transplanted those medicinal ingredients into this mountain cave. The flame lion could not help but smile when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Immediately, he lifted his foot and walked into the interior of the mountain cave. A short moment later, Xiaoyan and the flame lion had already reached the deepest part of the mountain cave. After passing through a few stone doors, the flame lion's hands formed a seal and opened the last stone door. The expression on Xiaoyan's face finally gradually stiffened. Standing in front of the stone door, what pounced on his face was not only an even more intense gust of wind, but also an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. The medicinal fragrance was so rich that it caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily sneeze on the spot. This scene caused the flame lion to involuntarily laugh out loud. The flame lion, who was already used to the environment here, did not care about this little thing. Xiaoyan glanced over. All he could see was a dazzling array of medicinal ingredients, as well as piles of rare ingredients and flame crystals that caused him to involuntarily be moved. At this moment, all of the medicinal ingredients in front of Xiaoyan were fire affinity medicinal ingredients. Most of the medicinal ingredients were so rare that they could be considered priceless in the outside world. Other than a few unimportant ones, the rest of the medicinal ingredients that Xiaoyan needed were basically all gathered here. Blazing flame flower, dragon fire fruit, and fire qilin stem. Xiaoyan's eyes were dull as he stared at the medicinal ingredients in front of him. Each time he read out a name, his heart would involuntarily be violently shaken. Moreover, the thing that caused him to be most shocked was that even though this was the case, there were still a few medicinal ingredients that even he could not identify among these medicinal ingredients. Moreover, from the rich medicinal fragrance that they contained, these few medicinal ingredients were definitely the most precious ones among the medicinal ingredients in this area. Ha! Brother Xiaoyan, there is no need to stand on ceremony. In any case, I am keeping these medicinal ingredients and they do not have much use. As long as Brother Xiaoyan does not mind, feel free to take as many as you want. The flame lion immediately laughed out loud when he saw the shocked expression on Xiaoyan's face. His face was filled with pride as he looked at Xiaoyan. His large hand pointed at the medicinal ingredients in the stone cave in front of him as he laughed out loud. Xiaoyan's heart became increasingly excited when he heard the flame lion's words. However, he ultimately suppressed the excitement in his heart and cupped his hands together towards the flame lion in front of him. Old brother Flame Lion? The words had just left Xiaoyan's mouth when the flame lion once again laughed out loud. He forcefully patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and laughed out loud. Heh, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Feel free to take as many as you want. However, you must remember that when you refine an emperor-tier medicinal pill, don't forget about me. Ha! Xiaoyan nodded heavily when he heard this. Immediately, he cupped his hands together towards the flame lion and said, Old brother Flame Lion, don't worry. I, Xiaoyan, guarantee you that before I leave the western region in the future, I will definitely refine an Emperor Tribulation pill and gift it to old brother Flame Lion. The expression on the Flame Lion's face suddenly paused when he heard these words. Soon after, a wild joy swiftly surged into his brownish-red eyes. He had said so much and was willing to gift all of his belongings to Xiaoyan. One of the reasons was naturally to get closer to Xiaoyan. However, the other reason was the Emperor Tribulation pill. The Flame Lion's strength had already reached the 9th star band D level for hundreds of years. The reason why his strength had not broken through was because he was worried about this so-called Emperor Tribulation. The terror of an Emperor Tribulation was far from as easy as they had imagined. Back then, the three of them had personally witnessed an expert of the same level die miserably under the Emperor Tribulation in order to break through to the Do D class. In the end, not even a trace of aura was left behind. It could be said that he had died completely. With the former as an example, Tianying and the other two naturally did not dare to easily attempt to break through. Hence, the Emperor Tribulation pill had become something that they yearned for in their hearts. The Emperor Tribulation pill was a miraculous medicinal pill that was said to be able to increase the chances of breaking through to the Do D class. Its effect was sought after by all the living things in the entire continent. Tianying and the other two were naturally no exception. However, as magical beasts, alchemy wasn't their forte. In addition, they didn't have a good relationship with humans. They were even at war with the 4 major sects of the human race. Therefore, they could only think about the Emperor Tribulation pill, but they couldn't find it. At this moment, after spending so much effort, Xiaoyan had finally opened his mouth and said the thing that they wanted the most. In this way, their efforts would not be in vain. Haha, good. In that case, I shall first thank Brother Xiaoyan here. As for these medicinal ingredients, I will gift them all to Brother Xiaoyan. Haha. After a loud laugh, the Flame Lion finally stood by the side with a joyous expression. Xiaoyan's gaze once again landed on the medicinal ingredients. His eyes revealed a rich joy. Chapter 473. Within the stone cave, Xiaoyan carefully placed the last blood flame flower into an exquisitely crafted jade box. Only then did he store it into his storage ring. After which, he stored the flame crystals into his storage ring. He lifted his eyes to look at the empty stone cave in front of him. Only then did Xiaoyan turn around and look at the Flame Lion. He cupped his hands together towards the Flame Lion. The latter smiled faintly. Immediately, the two of them left the stone cave one after another. As for the thick and heavy stone door, since there was no longer anything guarding it, there was naturally no need to purposely close it. For a time, an indescribable desolate feeling was unknowingly emitted from within the stone cave, which was still filled with hot gales. After exiting the stone cave, Xiaoyan and the Flame Lion chatted for a long time. The relationship between the two of them had also improved. Compared to a few months ago, the two of them were now like old friends who had known each other for many years. The next day, when a ray of white appeared at the edge of one's sight in the east, Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged for an entire night, slowly opened his eyes on a mountain peak. His eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Xiao Yan casually waved his hand. 5 rays of light immediately shot out. Following Xiao Yan's thought, they were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. The 5 rays of light were 5 blazing flame crystals. The blazing flame crystal was the most precious type of flame crystal that Xiao Yan had obtained from the Flame Lion's cave. The fire-type energy it contained was not only the strongest amongst all the flame crystals, but its purity had also reached a stage where it could be swallowed and refined. Even within the Flame Lion's cave, there were only 7 of these blazing flame crystals. It was unlike the other crystals which were piled up. Looking at the 5 blazing flame crystals in front of him, Xiao Yan involuntarily took a deep breath. As long as he was able to completely refine these 5 blazing flame crystals in front of him, he would be able to gather all the 9 incarnations required for the 9 transformation body skill. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart actually felt a little excited when he thought of this. He wondered just how much strength his actual body would possess when the 9 avatars agglomerated into one. Xiao Yan ceased hesitating the moment this thought appeared in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the 5 blazing flame crystals immediately moved as he wished, lingering around Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the soul bead in Xiao Yan's mind that contained all of Xiao Yan's soul strength began to tremble violently. Immediately, a terrifying soul strength surged out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. With Xiao Yan's body as the center, it rapidly spread in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formless soul strength condensed into a terrifying soul storm in the void and rapidly swept across the horizon. At the same time, a frightening pressure instantly descended upon the area. In the next moment, with a thought from Xiao Yan, the formless soul strength instantly condensed into numerous formless sharp blades. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the formless sharp blades immediately tore through the void and ruthlessly slashed towards the 5 blazing flame crystals. Clang, clang, clang. With a loud sound, waves of frightening and vast soul strength swept across the area like a tidal wave. Everywhere it passed, the world trembled. All living things within a radius of a few thousand miles were filled with fear at this moment. Clang. At the same time, in 3 different cave dwellings, the Sky Eagle, the Flame Lion and Xianxia all lifted their heads at this moment. Their gazes were grave as they looked towards the direction where the spiritual pressure was coming from. At this moment, even Xianxia's pretty face finally revealed a solemn expression. This aura is indeed Xiao Yan. However, from the looks of it, could it be that something has happened to him? Sky Eagle frowned tightly within the cave dwelling. His heart was pondering the situation outside the cave at this moment. Xianxia also flew over from the distance by his side. A worried expression surfaced on her pretty face. That fellow will be fine, right? Sky Eagle smiled slightly and comforted Xianxia when he heard her words that were filled with worry. Young miss, please rest assured that nothing will happen to Xiao Yan. He is not an ordinary person. Even the 3 of us are unable to easily capture him. It is naturally impossible for others to do so as well. Unless the person who has come is an elite Dodi. Xianxia viciously glared at him when she heard this. After which, she curled her mouth in a displeased manner. Her lovely body moved in front of his embarrassed eyes and swiftly flew out of Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. Behind her, Sky Eagle did not dare to slight her. His body moved and he swiftly gave chase. At the same time, the Flame Lion and Xianxia also appeared outside of their respective cave dwellings in 2 other places. Their feet stepped on the empty air and they swiftly rushed in the direction where the spiritual pressure was transmitted from. In the blink of an eye, the 4 human figures had already arrived outside of the mountain where Xiao Yan was located. The few of them stood in the empty air 1,000 feet away and saw Xiao Yan, who was controlling numerous spiritual blades from a distance. The expressions of the 4 people, who had swiftly hurried over, were involuntarily stunned when they saw this scene. Xianxia also involuntarily frowned slightly. Her small mouth pouted and she was just about to step forward when she was hurriedly stopped by Sky Eagle at the critical moment. Young miss, from the looks of Mr. Xiao Yan's current appearance, it is best not to disturb him. Otherwise, if his spiritual strength were to suffer a backlash, the result would not be a small matter. Murong Xianxian's young mistemper was finally suppressed when she heard Sky Eagle's words. She thought in her heart that if Xiao Yan were to really suffer a backlash from his spiritual strength and leave behind irreversible sequelae, she would really become a sinner. Murong Xianxian carried helplessness and curiosity. In the end, she could only stand in the empty air 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan. She sensed the frightening spiritual strength that was transmitted each time they collided. A shocked expression also surfaced on her pink pretty face. Sky Eagle and the other two joined hands. They formed an enormous Do-Chi light barrier 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan, covering Xiao Yan and the entire empty space within it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, the sound of the spiritual collisions gradually disappeared. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's body, which had been seated for half a month, finally trembled slightly. Immediately, the frightening spiritual strength pressure that had covered the entire place for half a month suddenly disappeared at this moment. Everything in the world seemed to have become much lighter at this moment. Four human figures swiftly flashed across the sky when the pressure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they stood in front of Xiao Yan. However, just as the few of them were about to open their mouths to speak, the scene that appeared in front of them caused the expressions on the faces of the four of them to instantly stiffen. The four human figures were just like four ice sculptures. Their faces were dull as they stood where they were. Both of their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. The expressions on their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, as Xiao Yan stood up, a group of people stood in front of Murong Xianxian's group. There were a total of 10 human figures. Each of them had the same face. Even the clothes they were wearing, the expressions on their faces, and their eyes were all exactly the same. These 10 people appeared to be transformed from the same person. Among these 10 people, other than Xiao Yan, who was right in the middle of the mountain peak, the rest were naturally the incarnations of the 9 transformation body skill. Chapter 474. On the mountain top, Xiao Yan's eyes looked at the 4 people in front of him. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He smiled softly and shook his head. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Immediately, the bodies of the 9 surrounding avatars became distorted. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this empty space. Murong Xianxian and the rest only withdrew their eyes, which were filled with shock after seeing that more than half of this group of Xiao Yan had disappeared. The 4 of them faced each other. It was still possible to see a shocked expression in each of their eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan also cupped his hands together towards the Sky Eagle trio in front of him. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your protection during this half a month." Although Xiao Yan's eyes were shut, given his powerful spiritual strength, nothing that happened in this place could escape Xiao Yan's detection. Hence, Xiao Yan was already aware of the Do-Chi light barrier that the Sky Eagle trio had created together. The Sky Eagle trio immediately smiled and waved their hands towards Xiao Yan when they heard this. The Flame Lion immediately stepped forward and violently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. His tone was filled with ridicule as he laughed. You don't know. When we sensed your spiritual ripple that day, the expression on young Mrs. face immediately changed. Her face was filled with anxiety, afraid that something had happened to you. Fortunately, Sky Eagle was there. All right. Shut up. Young Miss is beside us. If she were to hear you, a lion like you would turn into a bald dog. The Flame Lion's words had yet to fade when Sky Eagle stepped forward and pulled the Flame Lion, who was in front of Xiao Yan, to the back. The 3 brothers exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, they tactfully took a couple of steps back, leaving the empty space in front of them to Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan involuntarily coughed twice when he heard the Flame Lion's words. The expression on his old face also appeared a little unnatural. How could Xiao Yan not understand the meaning behind the Flame Lion's words? However, to Xiao Yan he already owed too much emotional debt, so he really didn't have the heart to think about it anymore. Therefore, Xiao Yan could only complain helplessly in his heart. When Murong Xianxian, who was opposite him, saw Skyhawk's group of 3 take the initiative to retreat, A crimson blush swiftly surged onto her beautiful face. At the same time she turned her head, her gaze fiercely cut at Skyhawk's group of 3 behind her. When the 3 of them saw this, they hurriedly smiled embarrassedly. Their footsteps were almost undetectable as they continued to retreat. In their hearts, they were afraid that this young lady would suddenly attack them. Angrily withdrawing her gaze, the young lady raised her eyes and met Xiaoyan's gaze head-on. Immediately, the expressions of the 2 involuntarily became a little awkward. The crimson blush on Murong Xianxian's pretty face became even denser. Xiaoyan did not know what to say in his heart. The Skyhawks group by the side looked at the 2 of them with a gloating expression. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally sighed helplessly in his heart. After deliberating for a moment in his heart, he raised his gaze to look at the young lady in front of him and opened his mouth to ask Murong Xianxian, "Has Murong Xiaojia's injury healed?" Although his words sounded flat, anyone could hear the estrangement in them. The expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face involuntarily became a little stunned when she heard Xiaoyan's words. A sad expression involuntarily flashed across her pretty eyes. At the same time, even the Skyhawks group involuntarily frowned. In an instant, even the flowing air had become somewhat stagnant. Only a moment later did Murong Xianxian softly acknowledge. Unknowingly, the slender jade-like hands that were hidden under the sleeves also tightly clenched together. From the sound of Xiaoyan's words, it was likely that he was preparing to leave. As Murong Xianxian thought in this manner in her heart, the expression in her pretty eyes also became increasingly complicated. "Ah, that's good. Coincidentally, I also have a matter that I wish to ask Murong Xiaojia for help. I hope that Murong Xiaojia will be able to help." Xiaoyan once again smiled. His expression was calm. At the same time his voice sounded, he also cupped his hands together towards Murong Xianxian. Even though Murong Xianxian was a little unwilling in her heart when she saw Xiaoyan's manner, she ultimately nodded her head with a dull expression. Her tone was similarly calm as she spoke to Xiaoyan. "You are my savior. If you need any help, just say so. Additionally, Xiong Gang has yet to fulfill one of your requests. You can just mention it. I will help him complete your request." The Sky Eagle trio exchanged glances with each other when they saw this. Immediately, they helplessly shook their heads. They knew that the reason why Murong Xianxian had revealed such an indifferent manner was not because her heart was calm and unperturbed. Instead, it was because she was unwilling to reveal her weakness. Xiaoyan also felt a wave of helplessness in his heart with regards to this. He mused for a moment before opening his mouth once again. "The purpose of my trip this time around is to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Unfortunately, the terrain there is special and the cold air is extremely oppressive. I am unable to enter, much less pass through it. Therefore, you wish for me to help you pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range?" After Murong Xianxian's words sounded, a pair of indifferent eyes instantly shot towards the Sky Eagle. The only one who could tell Xiaoyan these things was him. The Sky Eagle immediately shrunk his head when he sensed Murong Xianxian's eyes that seemed to want to devour him. His throat rolled as he emitted a timid gurgling sound. Xiaoyan was still expressionless when he heard Murong Xianxian's words. The latter immediately snorted coldly and sternly said, "Xiaoyan, if it was any other matter, this young miss would agree to it without any hesitation. However, this matter is an exception. They should have told you that no one is allowed to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. This is the rule and no one can change it. But you can." Before the young lady's words sounded, Xiaoyan interrupted her. The young lady immediately snorted coldly when she heard this. She lifted her pretty eyes and once again exchanged glances with the calm face of Xiaoyan. The 2 gazes faced each other from a distance. The space where their gazes met involuntarily became distorted at this moment. "Yes, even if I can enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, I can only do so by myself. I cannot bring another person with me. Therefore, you should raise another request." A long while later, Murong Xianxian finally snorted softly and spoke in an indifferent tone. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard the young lady's words. How was this a question of whether or not he could bring her along? It was simply that Murong Xianxian was unwilling. However, since things had already developed to this point, it was useless for Xiao Yan to say anything more. After sighing helplessly, Xiao Yan frowned slightly and was about to turn around. However, the next moment, an intense rumbling sound was suddenly transmitted. It was just like thunder as it resounded over the horizon. At the same time, the ground beneath Xiao Yan's group also began to tremble intensely at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the few of them lifted their heads and looked over. Within their sight, countless magical beasts rose into the air like frightened birds and fled in all directions. That is, the eastern wall. Something has happened again. Just as the 5 of them lifted their heads, the expressions on the faces of the Sky Eagle trio behind them suddenly changed drastically. Their mouths involuntarily exclaimed, "The eastern wall? Don't tell me that it has collapsed again." The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed slightly when he heard the exclamations of the 3 of them. He involuntarily exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, the Sky Eagle trio also hurriedly moved. Each of them unleashed their fastest speed and swiftly rushed towards the eastern horizon. Chapter 475. This place was a vast expanse of snow. A bone-chilling cold wind blew in this world. Goose feather-like snow drifted in all directions. There was a row of sky-reaching snowy peaks in this place. They appeared to be the guards of this world. They stood firmly in this place and did not allow anyone to pass through. At the same time, some things were also blocked behind these snowy peaks. Until a certain moment, an enormous crack suddenly appeared in this row of indestructible snowy peaks. The crack extended from bottom to top and penetrated deep into the ground. It forcefully split one of the snowy peaks apart from the middle until it was completely torn apart. The entire snowy peak also collapsed. At the same time that the snowy peak collapsed, a frightening crack that was 1,000 feet wide appeared between the snowy peaks like a valley. It connected the world within the snowy peaks with the world outside. The appearance of the crack brought with it waves of icy cold wind. A frightening cold current swiftly spread across this snowy land. In merely a moment, it had already spread beyond the snowy land into the vast mountain forest. Immediately, wherever the cold current passed, everything in the world would be instantly sealed in ice. The entire mountain forest and the land had turned pale white in the blink of an eye. The tree branches that were swaying with the wind before the cold current arrived were instantly sealed in ice by the cold wind. The tree branches within the layer of ice were also permanently frozen in the moment before they were swept by the cold wind. Countless magical beasts were swiftly fleeing within the mountain forest at this moment. Even so, there were still quite a number of magical beasts that were unable to escape the claws of the cold wind. In the end, all the magical beasts, regardless of whether they were in the sky or on the ground, were completely sealed in ice by the cold wind. This was not merely their bodies that were sealed in ice. Even the Do Qi within their bodies and their souls were instantly sealed in ice. Under this cold wind, it was impossible for anyone below the strength of a half-martial emperor to survive. Within a short moment, the mountain forest within a radius of several hundred miles was covered by a thick layer of ice. Wherever the cold wind passed, all life was extinguished. Goose feather-like snow also began to drift in the sky. Swoosh! At a certain moment, a sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly sounded in the sky. Following which, a couple of rays of light shot across the sky with lightning-like speed. Soon after, a frightening wind pressure descended on the frozen mountain forest below. Bang bang bang! The frightening wind pressure instantly crushed those ice sculpture-like trees. The layer of ice on the surface of the ground was also violently lifted, leaving behind numerous gullies of varying depths. A moment later, Xiao Yan's group appeared in front of the huge crack. Rather than calling it a crack, it looked more like a valley at this moment. This time around, the valley was many times wider than the deep stream from before. Similarly, the cold current that gushing out from it was even more frightening. As he sensed the frightening cold wind that pounced towards him, Xiao Yan felt that the muscles on his face had already been frozen until they felt numb. Of course, the few people beside him were no exception. However, at this moment, The thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel surprised was that Murong Qianxian, who was standing beside the Sky Eagle, actually did not have the slightest change in her pretty face. That biting cold wind also automatically scattered when it was 10 feet from Murong Qianxian's body. Xiao Yan could not help but gently lift his eyebrows when he saw this scene. He could not help but feel astonished in his heart. However, he quickly linked this matter to the reason why Murong Qianxian was able to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. No wonder Sky Eagle said that she was able to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There is actually something protecting her outside of her body. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim quietly in his heart. His heavenly flame was the most violent energy in the world. Yet, it was actually unable to easily block this cold wind. However, this Murong Qianxian was actually able to remain unaffected by this cold wind. The thing on her body was likely extraordinary. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of Sky Eagle's group had become grave. Indeed, this time around, the strength of this cold wind is many times stronger than before. Sky Eagle's eyes were extremely grave as he looked at the valley in front of him. The cold wind that surged out from within caused even him to feel incomparably strenuous. Let's go all out. Otherwise, if this cold wind really spreads, it is likely that the entire mountain range will be frozen by this thing. At this moment, even the flame lion had withdrawn his usual smiling expression. As the words from his mouth sounded, the dou qi within his body emitted a bang sound as it surged out of his body. It transformed into a cluster of hot flames that fiercely burned on the surface of the flame lion's body. Roar! Xionggang, who had always been a man of few words, abruptly shook his strong body. Dou qi wildly surged out of his body and agglomerated into a rock armor on the surface of his body, protecting his strong body within it. Let's go! If we succeed, we will still be able to live and train for a few hundred years. If we fail, we must use our lives to seal it for 100 or even 1,000 years. Sky Eagle violently clenched his teeth and roared with a sharp pause between each word. Helplessly, the situation this time around was really much more serious than in the past. Even they did not have complete confidence. In order to successfully block this cold wind, they would definitely not hesitate to use their lives as the price. Sky Eagle was the first to charge after his words sounded. Its body moved and it suddenly flew towards the sky. With a shake of its body, it revealed its original form. Sky Eagle's enormous body appeared exceptionally overbearing in this empty space. As his wings were flapped, Xiao Yan and the others below could clearly see numerous glaring spatial crack lines appear in the empty space around him. Behind him, the Flame Lion and Xionggang also transformed into their original forms. Each of them roared at the sky and displayed their strength, preparing to seal the valley below. Mr. Xiao Yan, if we are unable to hold on, I hope that you will be able to bring our young miss out of the Shilin mountain range. Please. Sky Eagle's voice was quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears while he was observing Sky Eagle's trio in the sky. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard these words. His gaze immediately glanced at Murong Qianxian by the side. After which, he nodded in a manner that was undetectable. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, the three enormous beasts in the sky suddenly emitted an earth-shaking furious roar from their mouths. Their bodies immediately moved and the dou qi within their bodies surged wildly. A powerful dou skill was also unleashed at this moment. Blood Eagle Curse. Thousandly Wind Evil. Flame Lion Waterfall. Lion Break. Mountain River Slaughter. Starfall. Chapter 476. The three enormous beasts in the sky each displayed their might. They unleashed their powerful man-class dou skills one after another. Immediately, a frightening aura and pressure swiftly descended on this place like an enormous mountain. The frightening aura and pressure descended from the sky, instantly suppressing the repeatedly gushing cold flow. The powerful strength was like a hot knife through butter. The cold wind that came into contact with it was completely suppressed. From the looks of it, it seemed that they intended to completely suppress the cold wind in one go. However, the hearts of the Sky Eagle trio, who had transformed into their actual bodies, did not dare to underestimate all of this. Given their understanding of this cold wind, they were naturally aware that what they saw in front of their eyes was merely an illusion. The true strength of this cold wind was buried in the deepest part of this canyon. At this moment, what they had touched was merely a superficial part of it. Roar! The three enormous beasts let out a low roar in unison. Their enormous bodies suddenly shook and a frightening pressure once again swept out. Three incomparably frightening pressures swiftly merged together. Under the joint control of the Sky Eagle trio, they linked up with the three-man class Do skills and formed a triangle in the sky. It carried an even more frightening aura and pressure as it violently pressed down on the canyon below. On the other side, Xiao Yan sensed the frightening pressure that was transmitted from the three Do skills. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. It must be said that he had ultimately underestimated the true strength of the Sky Eagle trio. The Do skills that the three of them displayed when they joined hands were far, far stronger than the fighting strength that they possessed. If they were able to cooperate in such a manner during the big battle with Xiao Yan earlier, Xiao Yan acknowledged in his heart that he would definitely not be able to fight them head-on other than fleeing. However, it was in this manner that an even colder aura surged out from the canyon below while Xiao Yan was feeling terrified by the combined strength of the three of them. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ice layer of the canyon was once again covered by a thick layer of ice. At the same time, a countless number of icicles were swiftly formed in the air above the canyon. Once the three Do skills landed, these countless number of icicles would carry a frightening penetrating force as they violently met the three Do skills. In the blink of an eye, the three powerful Do skills carried a frightening pressure as they landed. The countless number of icicles also followed and met them. Clang, 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 clang. The clear sound of metal striking metal repeatedly sounded. Numerous ice spikes pierced through the empty space. In the blink of an eye, they violently collided with the wind that was created when the three Do techniques landed. The moment the ice spikes shattered, circular spatial crack lines also appeared in the surrounding empty space. The raindrop-like spatial crack lines continued to appear. Every second, there would be an uncountable number of icicles violently smashing onto the wind wall that was agglomerated from the wind. However, the final result was that they were still blocked by the wind. However, as the countless number of icicles continued to explode, the expression on the face of Xiao Yan, who was quietly observing everything from the side, gradually became solemn. This was because as the icicles continued to explode, he realized that the temperature in the surrounding space of the three Do skills was also frighteningly low. Moreover, until this moment, the temperature in that space was still continuously decreasing at an extremely frightening speed. At the same time, Xiao Yan was also able to clearly see that the speed at which the three Do skills were descending was also becoming increasingly slower. The wind that was originally blocking those icicles had also gradually decreased. At this moment, the countless number of icicles finally landed on the three Do skills. Bang, bang, bang. Although the strength of those icicles did not appear to be enough to reach the apex, waves of cold air agglomerated as those icicles exploded, causing the temperature in the surrounding empty space of the three Do skills to become increasingly lower. The strength that the three Do skills possessed just so happened to be the most wild and violent kind of strength. This was especially the case for the Flame Lion's Lion Break. It was filled with an incomparably overbearing fierce flame strength. The result of the collision between extreme cold and extreme heat was something that Xiao Yan did not dare to easily imagine. Xiao Yan frowned intently. His heart felt incomparably solemn. His gaze would occasionally drift towards Murong Qianxian by the side. At this moment, the expression on the latter's pretty face had also become somewhat ugly. She had also sensed the frighteningly low temperature in the empty space. Immediately, the delicate hands under her sleeves were repeatedly relaxed and tightly clenched. Some hesitation was revealed between her eyebrows. In the Sky Eagle trio had similarly sensed the frighteningly low temperature. Their hearts immediately felt incomparably solemn. It was unexpected that the cold wind this time around would actually be so much stronger than before. Just from the beginning, The dose skills of the three of them had already been forced into a passive state. At this moment, it was impossible for them to withdraw even if they wanted to. However, the next moment, before the three of them could do anything, the cold air that covered the three frightening dose skills suddenly began to tremble intensely. Along with it, the entire space also trembled. Hum hum hum. Soon after, the three dose skills that were covered by the cold air also began to tremble at this moment. Wave after wave of do qi uncontrollably spread in all directions, filling the area covered by the cold air. The entire space also began to tremble even more intensely. Within a short couple of breaths' time, the Sky Eagle trio in the sky were surprised to discover that their connection with the dose skills had actually gradually become blurry. In the end, it was completely severed. The energy contained within the three types of man-class dose skills swiftly became wild and violent the moment their connection with the Sky Eagle trio was severed. Adding this to the frighteningly low temperature that covered the surrounding space, the strength of the three types of man-class dose skills were actually forcefully kneaded together at the same time as they spread. The three types of energy swiftly merged within the extremely cold space. The energy within them, which had already become incomparably wild and violent, had become incomparably powerful after this merger. Following the merger of the three dose skills, an enormous bright red energy light cluster was suspended in the sky like a small planet. In the sight of Xiao Yan's group, the size of the enormous light cluster was actually swiftly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye following the merger of the three dose skills. Of course, despite its size appearing smaller, the strength contained within it caused the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio to swiftly become incomparably solemn. That strength was likely not something that they could easily block. The hearts of the three of them immediately tightened when they sensed this. They exchanged glances with each other and were just about to act when the true storm suddenly descended in the next moment. At the same time, the solemn-faced Xiao Yan also moved his feet and instantly used the Sky Extinction Step. Bang! Chapter 477. A low and deep rumbling sound had just sounded when the entire place was suddenly covered by a glaring golden light. Soon after, buzz! A 1,000-foot-large do qi wave suddenly swept out from the middle of the light with a bang sound. The surrounding empty space was swiftly covered by a layer of hard ice the instant the do qi wave swept out. A frightening icy aura was able to seal even the endless empty space with ice. Withdraw! The frightening do qi wave swept over the place. The Sky Eagle trio in the sky were so shocked that they hurriedly pulled back. Even they did not have the ability to retaliate under this do qi wave. At the same time, Xiao Yan in the empty space also pulled Murong Xianxia by the side. His feet moved and the Sky Extinction Step was instantly unleashed. He had already led them and appeared 1,000 feet away in the empty space when the do qi wave came attacking. Although they managed to escape, that frightening storm instantly destroyed everything in this place. At the same time, the frightening strength once again tore apart the valley below and expanded it. Even the few surrounding snow mountains were cut apart. Numerous wide crack lines swiftly spread over the entire mountain. The originally turbulent torrent-like cold wind also became even more ferocious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The frightening energy storm continued for a long time. The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio involuntarily became a little pale under the repeated attacks. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was pulling Murong Xianxia, whose mouth was wide open, away from the dangerous situation time and time again. At this moment, the expression on Murong Xianxia's pretty face had turned completely pale because of the frightening scene in front of her. She had never imagined that this mountain ridge, which she could freely enter and exit, actually contained such a frightening destructive strength. She did not even dare to imagine who would protect her if this strength were to descend on her head one day. Murong Xianxia finally reacted while the young lady was thinking of this in her heart. Due to the urgency of the situation earlier, the do qi wave had already swept over the space where they were standing. The person who had intervened and pulled her away from the storm was actually Xiao Yan by the side. As she thought of this, a bright redness immediately swarmed onto the young lady's pale pretty face. She followed her right side and saw that at this moment, Xiao Yan's large hand was tightly holding her white hand. His face was solemn as he eyed the canyon below. He did not notice the gaze that Murong Qianxian shot over at this moment. Although her attitude toward Xiao Yan had changed greatly earlier, the resentment in the young lady's heart swiftly disappeared after she saw that the person who had intervened to save her when she was in danger was actually Xiao Yan. All that remained was a delicate little girl's attitude. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart increasingly felt just how frightening that thing was when he looked at the valley below. The strength of the cold air had actually forcefully merged with a man-class Do skill. Moreover, this was merely the external strength of the cold air. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength would be if this cold air were to completely erupt. Let's try again. No matter what, we must suppress this cold wind. Suddenly, a stern cry was emitted from the mouth of the sky eagle in the sky. The cry had just sounded when the flame lion duo called out to each other. Immediately, their bodies shook and the majestic Do Qi within their bodies once again surged out. High up in the sky, the enormous wings of the sky eagle were flapped. Immediately, a countless number of blue-colored feathers broke through the air. They carried a powerful Do Qi and emitted waves of sharp rushing wind sounds. In an instant, they cut through the empty air and violently shot toward the canyon below. Bang bang bang, however, this attack of the sky eagle, which an ordinary bandit would not dare to underestimate, was forcefully broken by the cold wind that had charged out of the valley in the empty space a couple of 100 feet from the valley. However, at the same time, the cold wind, which had transformed into an invisible wind wall, was gradually suppressed by the endless attacks of the sky eagle. Roar! Seeing that there seemed to still be a chance, the expression of the flame lion quickly changed. He let out a low roar and his enormous head immediately let out a long roar to the sky. After which, his enormous body suddenly shook the instant he lowered his head. An extremely frightening bright red Do Qi light pillar suddenly shot out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in the sky above the valley. Puff puff puff. This time around, the cold wind that came head-on was penetrated by this Do Qi light pillar the instant it came into contact with it. At the same time, it also emitted a low, deep rushing wind sound in the empty space. Faced with the combined attack of two 9-star bandit emperors, the wind wall that was agglomerated from the cold wind was swiftly broken. On the other side, Xiongang's enormous body, which was like a towering mountain, suddenly shook. Immediately, the entire place shook. Xiongang's enormous bear claws violently inserted into the ground behind him. A thought passed through his mind and Do Qi agglomerated on his palm. Immediately, a suction force surged and the ground behind him began to shake intensely at this moment. In the next moment, Xionggang once again let out an explosive roar as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. His huge feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and immediately huge cracks rapidly spread out on the ground. At the same time, in Xiongang's eyes, tiny streams of earthen yellow light gradually condensed at this moment. At the same time as the light gathered in Xiongang's eyes, the bear claws that he had inserted into the ground abruptly exerted force. Immediately, the muscles on his entire arm that were harder than metal began to bulge. The frightening power caused the space around his body to tremble uncontrollably. However, Xiao Yan was not in the mood to care about this at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a rather familiar aura from Xiongang's body. That power did not belong to Do Qi or Genesis Qi. It was one of the powers in this world that was most difficult to control. Great Dao power! Xiao Yan involuntarily let out an exclamation in his heart when his eyes looked at Xiongang's pair of enormous beast eyes. It was unexpected that after such a long time, he would actually meet a second person who could control the Great Dao like him. Of course, Xiongang's control of Great Dao power was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, Xiao Yan was well aware of how powerful Great Dao power was. He knew that even if Xionggang could only control a tiny bit of it, it was enough to make his battle power far superior to other experts of the same level who could not control Great Dao power. At this moment, the power of Xiongang's claws proved this point. Rumble! As heavy soil and gravel fell to the ground began to crumble. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the frozen ground. At this moment, Xianxia was struggling to lift up his bare claws from the ground. Together with his bare claws, he was using all his strength to lift up a huge rock that was more than twice his size from the ground. At the same time that Xianxia lifted the rock, the originally white sky above their heads suddenly lost all light. It was as if they had suddenly fallen from day to night. Only the huge canyon below was beautifully blooming with aqua-blue light like before. However, no one knew what terrifying dangers were hidden under that beauty. The entire boulder was so big that it could only be described as covering the sky at this very moment. If the boulder fell, it would definitely be enough to completely fill up the canyon between the three of them. At the same time, it would be enough to erect a tall mountain and fill the gap between the snowy peaks. This was naturally Xianxia's idea. An earth-shattering roar was emitted. Xianxia raised both of his arms and used all of his strength to lift the huge rock high above his head. At the same time, his enormous body suddenly turned around. Bang! Just as Xianxia turned around, his originally steady footsteps could not help but stagger due to the frightening weight on his back. His enormous body knelt on the ground with a loud bang. The frightening weight of the boulder was such that even Xianxia's body had difficulty supporting it. Of course, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to control such a large boulder. However, he did not expect that he would be able to agglomerate the great Tao strength when he used all his strength earlier. However, from the looks of it, he did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Tianying's and the Flame Lion's expressions involuntarily changed when they saw Xianxia fall to the ground. The matter of blocking the gap had always required Xianxia to take action. If anything happened to him, no one would be able to take care of this gap. Xianxia, can you hold on? Tianying hurriedly asked. At the same time, his attacks became increasingly sharp in order to prevent the cold wind from erupting again. Roar? No problem. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Sky Eagle's question, even though Xianxia was having a hard time, he still managed to reply with much difficulty. Although Sky Eagle was still a little worried after hearing this, it still withdrew its thoughts and focused all its attention on the canyon below. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A short moment later, while Xianxia was panting, a light suddenly flickered deep within the valley below. Soon after, an even more frightening cold wind arrived. In the blink of an eye, it had once again broken through the combined attacks of Tianying and the Flame Lion. Damn it! This cold wind is about to charge out. Go! Block the cold wind! We must not let it! Tianying's and the Flame Lion's hearts immediately paled when they saw that the cold wind was about to charge out of the bottomless valley. They let out a stern roar and hurriedly swooped down. At the same time, they unleashed all the Do Qi within their bodies. Using their bodies as a foundation, they once again blocked the cold wind that was about to surge out. At the same time, the muscles all over Xianxia's body were about to explode as he forcefully lifted the enormous rock above his head. His enormous body continued to tremble intensely. His mouth also emitted a coarse panting sound. Even the gaps between his teeth were seeping out. It was a long while later before Xianxia finally let out a low roar. The muscles all over his body were tensed to the limit as he slowly stood up from the ground. At the same time, his feet had already sunk into the ground. Xianxia's body carried the enormous rock. His eyes were extremely scarlet as he stared at the valley below. His sharp teeth emitted a glaring cold glint in the air. The bright red fresh blood caused this cold glint to appear even more frightening. It was a long while later before Xianxia roared from his mouth and violently smashed the enormous rock above his head down. Shing! The enormous rock smashed down and the sky shook. The enormous valley, which looked like a glaring scar from the sky, was also sealed by this enormous rock. Chapter 478. Bang! Following an earth-shaking loud sound, the huge rock smashed down. One could see that the frozen ground around the valley instantly crumbled. Many crack lines that were dozens of feet wide swiftly spread. Huff! The Sky Eagle trio finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the valley had been sealed. They exchanged glances with each other. Sky Eagle involuntarily frowned when he saw Xianxia's extremely strained appearance. He quietly thought in his heart, Perhaps they had indeed sealed this crack line this time around. However, what about the next time? Or perhaps even further in the future? The strength of this cold wind was far from what they had seen. Perhaps after a few hundred years, they would be unable to suppress this cold wind again even if they risked their lives. At that time, the mountain range behind them would also lose its protection. Sky Eagle involuntarily let out a long sigh when he thought of this. At this moment, Xianxia panted as he once again stood up from the ground. His entire body involuntarily swayed as he stood up. In order to lift the huge rock earlier, he had already exhausted all of his strength. At this moment, Xianxia wished that he could just collapse on the ground and never get up again. However, before this, he also knew that although this valley might appear to have been sealed, the situation they were facing was far from as simple as it appeared to be. Although the entrance to the gorge had already been sealed, Sky Eagle and the other two knew that below the giant rock was the deepest part of the gorge. Due to the blockage of the giant rock, an even fiercer cold wind would condense there. This was also the danger that Sky Eagle and the other two would have to face next. They needed to hurry and completely suppress this huge ruler before the cold wind erupted. They needed to block the cold wind from below the huge rock back to the source of the crack line, preventing it from surging out. Only then would they be able to completely seal this crack line. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally able to thoroughly investigate all of this given his frightening spiritual strength. However, compared to the Sky Eagle trio, Xiao Yan's heart was currently unable to remain calm. This was because he had already sensed that the energy gathered under the huge rock was becoming increasingly powerful. This time around, their seal was likely going to be quite dangerous. Cough cough, hurry up and do it. Seal this crack. I can already feel that the power below is getting stronger and stronger. If this drags on, I'm afraid it'll be bad. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of Xianxia's mouth after he coughed intensely for a moment. However, he did not have the mood to bother about this at this moment. He hurriedly raised his head and let out a low roar to Tianying's duo. After which, he climbed to his feet with great difficulty. A thought passed through his mind and the remaining Do Qi within his body once again surged out at this moment. The Sky Eagle duo could hear the seriousness within Xianxia's words. Their hearts involuntarily sunk. They exchanged glances with each other and immediately let out a stern cry. The Do Qi within their bodies swiftly surged out of their bodies. The three giant beasts each stood on one side, forming a triangle with each other. Then, they quickly transformed into their human forms and landed on a spot on the huge rock. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Tianying's and the Flame Lion's expressions involuntarily changed when they saw Xianxia's pale face. However, Xianxia violently waved his hand when he saw this. Immediately, he placed all his attention on the huge rock in front of him. Tianying and the Flame Lion frowned when they saw this. They inhaled a deep breath of air and nodded heavily. After which, their eyes landed on the huge rock in front of them. Both of their hands were swiftly lifted in front of their chests. The remaining Do Qi within their bodies completely surged out at this moment. Immediately, the three of them let out a low cry as their hands swiftly changed seals. Looking at the gestures of the three of them, the seals in their hands were actually exactly the same. Moreover, the energy ripples that were faintly emitted from the seals were actually connected with each other. Oh, this is actually a kind of formation? Xiao Yan, who was watching the three of them from the outside, involuntarily let out a surprised cry when he saw this manner of the three of them. From what he had seen, all the formations on this continent were created by a formation master. It was unexpected that the Tianying trio in front of him were actually able to use this kind of method to create a formation. This really caused Xiao Yan to feel surprised. This kind of formation is the simplest formation. As long as one exhausts a sufficient amount of Do Qi and spiritual strength, one will be able to create the formation. Of course, there is a difference between this kind of formation and the formation created by a true formation master. The maintenance of this kind of formation requires the use of Do Qi and spiritual strength over a long period of time to replenish. It is unlike those formation masters. As long as the formation is activated, they need not pay much attention to it unless the energy within it is completely exhausted. Appearing to have seen the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart, Murong Xianxian by the side also opened her mouth to explain to Xiao Yan. Hearing the latter's words, Xiao Yan immediately came to a sudden understanding and nodded his head. When he turned his head to look at the latter, Xiao Yan's face instantly became boiling hot. Ever since he had dodged the energy storm earlier, Xiao Yan had forgotten that he was still tightly holding the delicate hand of the young lady. He was also aware that at this moment, Xiao Yan only hurriedly reacted when he saw that he was tightly holding the hand of the young lady in the blink of an eye. He hurriedly withdrew his hand. Grug. The young lady involuntarily laughed out loud when she saw the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face. This scene was reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes, and an unknown thought involuntarily surged into his heart. Although this young lady in front of him usually threw a tantrum, she was quite cute when she laughed. Xiao Yan swiftly reacted the moment this thought appeared in his heart. His old face was boiling hot as he tossed the thought in his heart to the back of his head. Only then did Xiao Yan once again withdraw his gaze and look at the Sky Eagle trio. Murong Xianxian by the side once again revealed a smile on her pretty face when she saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The coldness she had for Xiao Yan earlier was also completely swept away. It was as though nothing had happened. On the other side, the changing speed of the seals in the hands of the Sky Eagle trio increased. In the end, it had actually reached a dazzling state where one could no longer see clearly. At the same time, numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed. The dou qi within the bodies of the three of them also gathered between their hands. A cluster of gentle white light was also gradually formed at this moment. Immediately, a misty arm-sized dou qi light pillar shot downwards after the white light was formed. After the dou qi light pillar made contact with the enormous rock, it once again split into two energy light pillars of similar thickness. The light pillar was like a white snake that twisted and turned. It swiftly transformed under the feet of the three of them, forming numerous mysterious symbols. Xiao Yan also discovered that the enormous rock, which was originally standing still under the feet of the three of them, actually trembled slightly when those symbols were formed. This also caused the hearts of the three of them to be greatly startled at this moment. The reason for the unusual movement of the enormous rock was the frightening cold wind that was repeatedly agglomerating under the enormous rock. Sensing this, the seals that were swiftly forming in the hands of the Sky Eagle trio also suddenly increased in speed at this moment. The dazzling seals caused one to be unable to see them clearly. At the same time, the unusual movement of the enormous rock under the feet of the three of them also gradually became clearer. The current situation was just like a competition. The formation in the hands of the Sky Eagle trio and the cold wind under their feet. Whichever side was able to erupt first would instantly tilt towards the other side. Rumble. With the flow of time, the formation under the feet of the Sky Eagle trio gradually came into contact with each other. The formation was connected and a vast and mighty aura immediately spread from it. At the same time, the enormous rock under the feet of the three of them suddenly shook. Along with the unusual movement, it was also suppressed. The appearance of this scene immediately caused the hearts of the three of them to sigh in relief. However, before their faces could reveal a smile, the enormous rock under their feet suddenly began to shake even more intensely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following an intense buzzing sound being emitted, numerous green lights shot out from the cracks between the edge of the valley that had already been suppressed and the enormous rock. At the same time, the enormous rock shook. As the green light shot out, numerous crack lines swiftly spread out from the bottom of the huge rock. At the same time, a frightening cold wind also whistled out from those narrow cracks, emitting waves of sharp wind whistling sounds that were similar to that of a malicious ghost. Crack, crack, crack. Soon after, the entire enormous rock began to sway at this moment. Immediately, under Xiao Yan's gaze, the enormous rock, which Xiong Gang had used all his strength to lift, was actually forcefully lifted at this moment under the effect of the cold wind. At the same time, it was also resisting the enormous pressure from the formation under the feet of the three of them. This cold wind is really overbearing. It is actually able to forcefully block the formation that the three of them have created together. It seems that they are unable to endure any longer. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw the bodies of the three of them become increasingly unstable amid the intense shaking. He had already decided in his heart that he would immediately intervene the moment the cold wind erupted. He would borrow Gu Yu's strength to completely suppress the cold wind. Xiao Yan let out a deep breath of air. The hand under his sleeve was slowly clenched. His heart was also using this opportunity to communicate with Gu Yu. However, he did not notice that a solemn expression had gradually surfaced on Murong Xianxian's pretty face by the side. The hand under Murong Xianxian's sleeve trembled gently. A square pale green jade tablet appeared in Murong Xianxian's hand. Murong Xianxian's pretty eyes stared at the Sky Eagle trio as she held the jade tablet in her hand. The dou qi within her body had already quietly circulated to every part of her body. As long as she was willing, Murong Xianxian would be able to reach the middle of the Sky Eagle trio in an instant if she unleashed all of her strength. In other words, she would be at the core of the formation. Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian stared at the formation from outside the arena until a certain moment. Rumble, a powerful force was emitted from the bottom of the large rock. Immediately, the large rock began to shake intensely. The three people on it staggered. The seals that were swiftly forming in their hands were nearly broken. A frightening cold wind swept out from the bottom of the large rock. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the entire place suddenly fell. The frightening cold wind caused one to feel an icy chill even from 1,000 feet away. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed upon seeing this scene. A thought passed through his heart and he prepared to intervene. However, at the next moment, an intense rushing wind sound was suddenly emitted from the empty space beside him. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan looked over and saw that Murong Xianxian's delicate body had already appeared on the enormous rock. She was already standing between Tianying's three-men group. At that moment, there was a jade tablet that emitted a faint green light in his hand. The moment the formation under his feet completely condensed, he fiercely pressed it down. Buzz! A cream-white fluorescent light wrapped around the jade tablet. All the dou qi of the 3 9-star ban emperors immediately surged into the jade tablet. Immediately, the jade tablet emitted a bright green light. It was just like a comet as it emitted a dazzling light. At the same time as the green light shot out, a special energy swept out from the jade tablet. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread over a distance of nearly 1,000 miles. At the same time, the suffocating icy cold aura in the sky also disappeared in an instant. Qi Hanyu. While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked by the scene in front of him, Gu Yu, who was within his body, also let out a surprised cry. Chapter 479. Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his brows when he heard the words that were emitted from Gu Yu's mouth. His face revealed a curious expression. His eyelids were lowered as he asked Gu Yu in his heart. Old Gu, may I know what this Qi Hanyu you are talking about is? Hey, Qi Hanyu, this is one of the most cold-resistant spirit stones in the world. You have also seen its effect earlier. As long as dou qi is poured in, its ability to resist the cold air will immediately be displayed. This little girl is able to remain calm in this world of ice and snow because she carries this thing with her. Gu Yu softly laughed in the face of Xiao Yan's doubt. He opened his mouth and answered Xiao Yan's question. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little frightened by Qi Hanyu's ability to resist the cold after hearing this. Looking at the size of the jade token earlier, it was likely that it was only the size of a palm. It was unexpected that such an inconspicuous jade token was actually able to expel all the cold air in this place. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. At the same time, he also sighed in relief in his heart. From the looks of it, this seal should be successfully resolved. With Qi Hanyu around, the cold wind under the enormous rock should not be able to create any big waves. As long as Tianying's group acted to suppress it, the danger this time around should be resolved. Of course, while Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner, Tianying's group on the enormous rock and Murong Xianxian naturally had the same thought in their hearts. Tianying's group on the enormous rock exchanged glances with each other. Their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of having survived a calamity. Their bodies relaxed and they sat on the ground. Their mouths panted heavily. The three of them finally smiled in relief a moment later. Tianying glanced at Murong Xianxia, who was still standing in the middle of the formation, and involuntarily frowned. Although it was Murong Xianxia who had acted at the critical moment and suppressed the huge rock, Sky Eagle was not thinking about this at this moment. Instead, he was thinking about how Xiao Yan had actually failed to protect Murong Xianxia at the critical moment. This involuntarily caused Sky Eagle to feel somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He immediately turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. His eyes contained some resentment as he transmitted a message to Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, you promised me that you would protect Miss well, but why? Alright, don't blame him. Before I made my move, Xiao Yan also planned to make his move. It's just that I was one step ahead of him. If he wasn't worried about you guys, he wouldn't have lost me. While Tianying was communicating with Xiao Yan, Murong Xianxia seemed to have seen through Tianying's thoughts. She gently patted her jade-like hands and spoke to Tianying. Tianying's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard the young lady's words, which clearly indicated that she was purposely protecting Xiao Yan. A strange feeling immediately rose in his heart. Only then did his eyes turn back and secretly glance at Murong Xianxia. The suspicion in his heart grew even greater. Why was it that this young lady, who was incomparably cold and indifferent to Xiao Yan earlier, actually seemed to have a drastic change in her temperament after just a short while? The corner of Tianying's mouth involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. It must be said that the change in character of a woman was even faster than the wind. Of course, Tianying only dared to think about these words in his heart. If he were to really say them out loud, it was likely that he would face a wild storm-like blow in the next moment. Tianying and the Flame Lion once again faced each other and smiled after withdrawing their thoughts. The expressions on their faces had finally become relaxed. The three of them once again stood up after exhaling a long breath of air. Due to them having exhausted a great amount of Do-Chi earlier, the three of them were currently a little unsteady when they stood up. This was especially the case for Xionggang. At this moment, he was already completely exhausted. He was the weakest amongst the three of them. However, at the same time, this was not the time for him to truly relax. His body shook with all his might and once again forcefully stabilized his body. His eyes landed on the enormous rock under his feet. Tianying and the Flame Lion involuntarily frowned when they saw this. However, they immediately nodded heavily. They understood that the current danger had yet to be resolved. Hence, regardless of how tired they were, they still needed to stand up and welcome them. A thought passed through their minds after the three of them stood up. The remaining Do-Chi within their bodies swiftly surged out and was poured into the large formation under their feet. At the same time, the three of them once again lifted their hands. The seals in their hands changed accordingly. They needed to use the remaining time to completely form this large formation. Only at that time would the place they were currently in truly return to peace. Following the change of the seals in the hands of the three of them, the cream-white Do-Chi clusters once again agglomerated and surfaced in their hands. At the same time, an energy light pillar that was as thick as an arm shot out from the light clusters in their hands. After which, it entered the large formation under their feet. Immediately, the large formation, which had just calmed down, once again began to churn. The cream-white energy lines once again twisted along with the large formation. The aura within the large formation also became increasingly dense at the same time. Murong Xianxia saw that the large formation under her feet had once again begun to circulate. She randomly glanced at the large formation and saw Qi Hanyu, who had been summoned by her. She smiled slightly and her lovely body moved, preparing to leave this large formation. However, at the next moment, bang! An earth-shaking explosion was suddenly emitted. Numerous crack lines swiftly covered the entire enormous rock. At the same time, a glaring green light shot out from the crack lines. The large formation, which was still being formed by the three of them a second ago, had already collapsed in the blink of an eye. Frightening cold air instantly filled the entire place. Xiao Yan immediately sensed that the cold wind around him was even more frightening than before. The expression on his face changed drastically. A heavenly flame within his body surged out in an unrestrained manner. Only then did he manage to block the frightening cold air. In the middle of the large formation, enormous crack lines surrounded the enormous rock around Murong Xianxia, forming a narrow area that could only allow one person to stand. The cream-white energy cluster under the young lady's feet swiftly disappeared after losing its source of do qi. Qi Hanyu also emitted a bang and once again returned to the young lady's hand with a clear cracking sound. Following the scattering of the energy, a piercing cold wind immediately gushed out from the crack lines around Murong Xianxian's lovely body and attacked the young lady. Under this kind of situation, the young lady's heart pounded rapidly like a frightened deer. Her mouth was so frightened that she could not emit any sound. Her pretty face was completely pale at this moment. The endless fear in her heart caused the young lady to forget the use of the Qi Hanyu in her hand. Immediately, the cold wind blew. The enormous rock beside the young lady's feet was swiftly covered by a thick layer of ice. After which, the ice layer began to spread and swiftly climbed onto Murong Xianxian's ankle. On the other side, the formation was broken. Tian Ying's trio were immediately affected. A swollen redness immediately surged onto their originally pale faces. After which, they opened their large mouths and involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Their auras also swiftly fell to rock bottom. At the same time, a frightening cold wind swept out following the collapse of the enormous rock below. It violently charged at the three people in the sky. Once the three of them were sealed in ice, it was likely that even with their strength, they would not be able to avoid being eroded by the cold wind. At that time, even if they did not die, it would definitely leave behind a sequela that they would never be able to get rid of. Tian Ying's trio were powerless as they sensed the cold wind assaulting them. At this final moment, they actually did not even have the ability to retaliate before their deaths. At the same time, their hearts were also incomparably worried. To them, their lives might be important, but in comparison, Murong Xianxian was the most important in their hearts. Unfortunately, the three of them were already at the brink of death. They were unable to save her even if they wanted to. Currently, it was likely that the only person who could save Murong Xianxian was Xiao Yan. At this moment, the Tian Ying trio could only do their best to pray in their hearts. They hoped that Xiao Yan would be able to rescue Murong Xianxian at this final moment. As for themselves, it was already irrelevant. Swoosh! In the next moment, just as the Tian Ying trio were prepared to give up all resistance, a sharp thunder-like rushing wind sound suddenly resounded in the sky. At the same time, 3 rays of light suddenly appeared beside the Tian Ying trio in a lightning-like manner. Without any explanation, they hugged them, after which their bodies flashed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were brought away from the epicenter of the cold wind. At the same time that the Tian Ying trio were rescued, Xiao Yan's figure also suddenly appeared beside Murong Xianxian's lovely body. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an unbearable expression as he looked at the pitiful girl in front of him, whose tears were already falling like rain. His large hand wrapped around the young lady's slender waist. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. A dense white heavenly flame immediately appeared out of nowhere and swiftly disintegrated the cold ice on the young lady's calf. Although he had rescued the young lady in his embrace, the huge rock below Xiao Yan had also completely collapsed at the same time. Cold wind, which was many times more frightening than before, crazily gushed out. The entire sky emitted a fearful trembling sound at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian, who were completely wrapped by the cold wind, had nowhere to go. The cold wind seemed to have purposely left them behind. It agglomerated into a huge tornado around the 2 of them. The cold wind whistled like the screams of hundreds of ghosts. It emitted a towering aura that no one could compare with in this world. Outside of the storm, the Tian Ying trio, who had already been rescued, separately used shocked gazes to look at the 2 avatars of Xiao Yan beside them and the Northern King, who had been expressionless since the beginning while emitting a murderous aura all over his body. After which, they hurriedly turned their gazes towards the storm that was currently present. The hearts of the Tian Ying trio instantly sank to the bottom when they sensed the terror of the storm. In the face of such a frightening storm, even with Xiao Yan's shocking fighting strength, it was definitely akin to striking a rock with an egg. Hence, It was likely that Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian had already become people who would definitely die at this moment. Roar! The Tianying trio involuntarily emitted a hoarse roar from their mouths when they thought of this. Their bodies moved and they intended to forcefully step forward to rescue them. In this kind of situation, they would rather lose their lives than allow Murong Qianqian to suffer even the slightest injury. It must be said that the loyalty of the Tianying trio was even greater than some humans. However, in the next moment, just as the Tianying trio were about to go all out, an extremely cold and indifferent word was suddenly emitted from the storm. Freeze. Chapter 480. Within a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian had once again arrived in front of the snowy peak. Behind them, Tianying and Yan Shi, who had hurried over, followed closely behind. After the cold wind was suppressed by Xiao Yan for a long time, the land, which was originally covered in ice and snow, had a new color. Bright red magma flowed on this land. The vast magma appeared just like a lake. It emitted a high temperature, causing the entire place to become extremely hot. Many magma tributaries were like veins in a human body. From the edge of this magma lake, they gradually spread towards the mountain forest beyond one's sight. Only when they approached the vast mountain forest did they gradually stop spreading towards the deeper parts. On the other side of the magma lake, a towering snow-capped peak towered into the clouds like a giant guarding the end of the magma lake. The bone-chilling cold wind constantly swirled around the snow-capped peak, emitting gusts of wind whistling like the roars of beasts. The pure white flying snow was carried by the cold wind and agglomerated into a snow-white flying dragon. After a roar in the sky, it spread apart with a bang and slowly drifted down from the 9 heavens. At this moment, at the border between the magma lake and the snowy peak, Xiao Yan's group of 5 was standing in the air. Their eyes occasionally swept across the magma lake below. Each of their eyes revealed different expressions. Looking at the magma lake below, which even Tianying himself felt a little dangerous, Tianying's eyes involuntarily revealed a tinge of surprise. At this moment, Tianying's senses sensed that although the cold wind lingering around the snowy peak was quite strong, each time the cold wind was about to land, it would be dissolved by an even hotter wind from below. This cycle repeated and the cold wind was no longer able to sweep into the mountain forest outside the snowy peak. Tianying could not help but click his tongue in amazement when he saw this scene. Of course, the Yan Shi and Xiong gang beside him were naturally already shocked by this scene in front of them. In front of the 3 people, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian were standing side by side as they watched the scene of ice and fire dissipating in front of them. Each of them had different thoughts in their hearts. Murong Qianqian's gaze observed the magma lake below. In her heart, she involuntarily recalled the powerful stance that Xiao Yan had displayed 7 days ago. Following which, an extraordinary splendor flowed within her beautiful eyes. As for Xiao Yan, his heart immediately became excited as though it had been injected with chicken blood when he thought that he would be able to enter the interior of the Shilin mountain range. After all, if one were to count carefully, Xiao Yan had already been in the Shilin mountain range for nearly a year and a half. Back then, he had estimated that it would take him at most half a year to pass through the Shilin mountain range. Xiao Yan had originally thought that as long as he could pass through Tianying and the other 2's territories, there should not be any problems with Guyu around. However, who could have imagined that the cold wind would be so terrifying, causing him to delay time and time again until now. Hence, now that he had the opportunity to pass through the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan naturally found it difficult to calm down. Murong Qianqian finally withdrew her gaze after staring for a long time. She looked to the other side of the snowy mountain. A glint flowed within her long pretty eyes. Immediately, a crafty smile was revealed on her pretty face that caused one to feel tender affection for her. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw the change in expression on the pretty face of the young lady by the side. A doubtful expression involuntarily appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. Soon after, the young lady's white hand was slowly extended from under her sleeves in front of Xiao Yan's surprised eyes. Immediately, a light flashed in her palm and a jade tablet that emitted a green light appeared in Murong Qianqian's hand. The expression on Xiao Yan's face changed when he saw this jade tablet. It instantly turned into joy. This jade tablet was the chi-cold jade that could block the frightening cold wind. Mph. A smile involuntarily surfaced on the pretty face of the young lady when she saw the joyous expression on Xiao Yan's face. After which, a thought passed through her mind and the do chi within her body swiftly surged out and poured into the jade tablet in her hand. Following the pouring in of Murong Xianxian's do chi, the jade tablet that was emitting a gentle green light immediately emitted a strange energy that wrapped around Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian's bodies. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the faint strange energy around him. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength surged out from between his brows in an attempt to investigate the energy aura of Qi-Cold Jade. However, the final result caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat stunned in his heart. This was because under the investigation of his spiritual strength, the result that he obtained was an ethereal aura that appeared to be nothingness. Xiao Yan was unable to capture the energy of this Qi-Cold Jade. While Xiao Yan was feeling stunned in his heart, Murong Xianxian by the side laughed softly. She ignored the stunned face of Xiao Yan by the side. Her lovely body moved and she took the lead to fly to the other side of the snowy mountain. Behind her, the Sky Eagle trio revealed respectful expressions on their faces when they saw that Murong Xianxian was about to leave. They hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands together in the direction that the young lady had left in. At the same time, they spoke in a respectful tone. "Safe journey, young miss." In response, Murong Xianxian lifted her jade-like hand. The back of her delicate hand gently waved towards the three people behind her. At the same time, Xiao Yan also recovered the instant the three of them spoke. The expression on his face changed slightly as he swiftly followed. Currently, he needed to rely on this girl to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. If this little girl were to escape first, Xiao Yan would be unable to leave this place. With the support of Qi-Cold Jade and the strange energy, Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian crossed the snowy mountain peak without any resistance and officially entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Of course, this was merely the edge of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There was still quite a distance from the true core of the hinterland. If Xiao Yan wanted to pass through this place, he would need to spend even more time. When Xiao Yan stepped into the air and crossed the majestic snowy mountain peak with a relaxed expression, he could not help but feel excited in his heart. He still remembered that when he had arrived at this place for the first time a couple of months ago, it was already extremely difficult for him to even step onto the broken slope. Back then, Xiao Yan had never even thought that he would be able to easily cross the snowy peak under his feet with his footsteps like this. Now, however, Xiao Yan had really crossed this snowy peak with such ease. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's heart felt as though things had remained the same but people had changed. Phew! He did not know why, but he let out a long sigh in his heart. Perhaps it was the relaxed feeling of successfully entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Or perhaps it was the sigh of the thoughts in his heart just now. Xiao Yan stood in the air as his eyes focused on a certain direction. Soon after, he nodded heavily. His figure moved and he quickly followed Murong Xianxian's footsteps, swiftly flying towards the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, half a day had already passed since Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian had entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian could be said to have traveled non-stop during this half a day. Even though this was the case, there was still quite a large distance between the two of them and the middle of the hinterland of Shilin. On the way forward side by side with Murong Xianxian, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of a question that he had been puzzled about for a long time. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze towards the young lady beside him. The expression in his eyes flickered slightly. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "That's right, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. I wonder if you can answer it for me?" Hearing Xiao Yan's sudden words, a doubtful expression surfaced on Murong Xianxian's pretty face. After which, she nodded her head gently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Ask away." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. After which, he mused for a moment and said, "If I have guessed correctly, there should be at least one elite Dodi in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, right?" Seeing this, the expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. Even her forward-flying footsteps involuntarily paused. The young lady's eyebrows were knitted slightly, but she finally nodded her head gently. Seeing this, Xiaoyan finally nodded his head. He immediately frowned and opened his mouth to ask, but since that is the case, why did he not appear when the cold wind erupted? With his strength, he should have the ability to suppress the cold wind. At the very least, he should not have allowed Tianying and the others to end up in such a state. There is a reason for that. Moreover, the Shilin mountain range has rules that belong to this place. The eastern wall being broken is originally the responsibility of the three of them. The hinterland of the Shilin mountain range has 4 mountain walls and there are people guarding each of them. If the 4 mountain walls were to be broken one day, don't tell me that the owner of the Shilin mountain range has to personally seal them? Hearing the grumbling hidden within Xiao Yan's voice, the expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face suddenly sunk. Her tone was low and deep as she spoke sternly to Xiao Yan. Regardless of what the reason is, he can't just sit back and do nothing. If I was not around when the eastern wall collapsed this time around, not only would Tianying and the others not be able to survive, but even you would also be in danger. Don't tell me that he, a dignified elite Dodi, is actually unwilling to be involved in such a situation? However, the tone in Xiao Yan's mouth was also raised in the face of Murong Xianxian's reply. When his words sounded, it actually caused the young lady by the side to be speechless. Although the young lady had a clear answer in her heart as to why that person did not intervene, she could not clearly state this point due to her relationship with Xiao Yan. This also caused Murong Xianxian to feel a bitterness in her heart that she could not speak of. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to continue asking, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted from Murong Xianxian's hand. Soon after, the strange energy that originally wrapped around Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the expressions on Xiao Yan's and Murong Xianxian's faces instantly changed. Chapter 481. The sun and moon could not be seen in this vast white world. White snow drifted in the air as tens of thousands of green light rays shot out from the cracks between a pile of shattered rocks. They were like sharp swords that pointed towards the sky. The Sky Eagle trio stood in the empty space outside the range of the green light. Their eyes revealed a grave expression as they looked at the pile of shattered rocks below Xiao Yan's body. The huge rocks shattered as cold wind surged. Pieces of shattered rocks were continuously blown away by the cold wind. The rough outline of the canyon once again appeared in front of the Sky Eagle trio. Besides Sky Eagle, Murong Xianxian had already completely awoken. When she recalled the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, her eyes involuntarily revealed a deep shock. When the 4 of them turned their gazes towards the current Xiao Yan, their pupils involuntarily shrunk a little at this moment. The expressions on their faces also became sluggish. Xiao Yan stood in the empty space above the ruined Cold Wind Canyon. With each step he took, a dense white flame spread out from under his feet. Wherever the flame passed, the cold wind in the world would be instantly wiped away. Even the empty space had become boiling hot at this moment. Finally, when Xiao Yan stood in the middle of the canyon, all the cold chi in the world had already completely disappeared with the exception of his feet. Flame Domain Activate. A faint voice was slowly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His voice was not loud, but it was just like thunder that resounded across the world. It reverberated endlessly, causing the entire world to hum at this moment. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, the dense white flame light curtain under Xiao Yan's feet in the sky also suddenly rose at this moment. It turned into a fiercely burning hot flame that carried a frightening might that could incinerate the sky as it rose violently in the sky. Although Sky Eagle's group was quite a distance away from Xiao Yan, even so, they were still able to sense the high temperature that was transmitted from the air at such a great distance. This frightening temperature actually caused their breathing to involuntarily become a little sluggish. The few of them revealed solemn expressions as they stared at the frightening flame that rose around Xiao Yan's body. Their originally pale faces were grilled by the high temperature in the air until they were flushed red. Waves of perspiration also swiftly surged out. At the same time, the gazes that the few of them used to look at the dense white flame were also filled with shock. Just what kind of flame was this? It was actually able to cause them, 9-star half-martial emperors, to be unable to face it. Although a large part of the reason for this was due to their current state, it was still sufficient to let them experience the terror of this flame. This is the Heavenly Flame ranked 11th on the Heavenly Flame list. Other than the eldest young Miss Murong Xianxia, Sky Eagle was the most experienced amongst the few of them. Hence, after carefully observing for a moment, Sky Eagle's tone was finally filled with shock as he slowly exclaimed. The expressions on the faces of the three people behind him instantly turned into shock when Sky Eagle's words sounded. The Flame Lion and Xiong Gang exchanged glances with each other. The expressions on their faces were one more shocked than the other. They never expected that the dense white flame in front of them was actually the Heavenly Flame ranked 11th on the Heavenly Flame list, the bone-chilling flame. Who the hell is this guy? He is actually able to possess such a powerful heavenly flame. The Flame Lion's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the dense white flame around Xiao Yan's body. The muscles on his face involuntarily twitched intensely as he spoke in an extremely shocked tone. Sky Eagle and Xiong Gang by the side involuntarily frowned when they heard this. Although they were already aware that Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame, they were also clearly aware in their hearts that it was merely a seed flame among the heavenly flames. It was not rare for such flames to circulate on the continent. Hence, they were completely able to accept it. However, with such a powerful heavenly flame aura, the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had unleashed at this moment was definitely not something that an ordinary seed flame could compare with. Such strength could only be unleashed by a genuine heavenly flame essence. Hence, this caused Sky Eagle's trio to be so shocked by the bone-chilling flame that Xiao Yan had unleashed at this moment. At the same time, in the sky above the valley, Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he swept his gaze over the valley below, which was like a pile of rocks. Immediately, his feet gently stepped on the empty air. Immediately, a terrifying pressure swept out from Xiao Yan's body in all directions. It was just like a flash flood erupting. In the blink of an eye, it suppressed the cold wind that was whistling out from the crack line below. The expressions on the faces of Sky Eagle's group involuntarily changed once again when they saw this scene. Their hearts felt incomparably shocked because of this. However, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, quickly lifted his right hand. His palm faced upwards as he spread it in the empty space in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was emitted. The dense white heavenly flame immediately rose from his palm. Immediately, Xiao Yan twisted his wrist. His fair hand controlled the dense white heavenly flame in his hand and seemingly casually flipped it downwards. Rumble! This palm of Xiao Yan's appeared to be casual. However, the instant Xiao Yan's palm was flipped downwards, the heavenly flame suddenly churned in the empty space below Xiao Yan's feet. In the blink of an eye, it had already agglomerated into a huge heavenly flame palm that covered the entire land. Bang! When Xiao Yan's palm fell, the huge heavenly flame palm also violently smashed onto the entire land below with a loud bang. Immediately, the entire depths of the Shilin mountain range began to tremble violently. The Shilin mountain range, which had just calmed down, was once again alarmed. Countless magical beasts frantically fled in all directions like birds startled by the twang of a bow. At the same time, the pile of rocks below Xiao Yan's feet was violently smashed down by a terrifying force. The entire heavenly flame palm was directly embedded into the ground, suppressing the entire valley below along with the rocks and ice. This palm of Xiao Yan's had directly created a huge basin on the ground. The frightening strength of the heavenly flame palm had flattened the bottom of the basin until it was completely flat. Not even the slightest crack could be seen. The valley below was also flattened by this palm. Hiss! Tian Ying's group involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. The expression on their faces also became increasingly interesting. In the blink of an eye, the Cold Wind Valley, which had a frightening aura earlier, was actually just like a clay doll that could be kneaded by Xiao Yan at this moment. The frightening cold wind, which could originally destroy the entire Shilin mountain range, was actually extinguished by Xiao Yan's palm. It must be said that this scene was something that the Tianying trio did not even dare to imagine. However, when it appeared in front of them at this moment, it caused them to feel as though they were in a dream. Of course, when they looked at their companions beside them, they did not doubt that this frightening scene in front of them had truly happened. After resolving the gorge and eliminating the hidden danger in front of him, the guilt within Xiao Yan's heart had finally been wiped away at this moment. A large part of the reason why he had intervened was because of Murong Qianxian's group. Of course, another small part of it was because of what Tianying's group had said earlier. From the way Xiao Yan saw it, the destruction of the eastern wall was caused by him. It was only natural for him to step forward and resolve it. Earlier, he originally thought that there was no need for him to intervene. However, since he had already intervened at this moment, he would definitely not leave any hidden danger behind. If it was merely to suppress this enormous crack in front of him, the current Xiao Yan had 100 different methods. However, this method was ultimately only temporary. It treated the symptoms but not the root cause. At the very latest, the cold wind would erupt once again in a couple of 100 years. At that time, he would not be around. Even if the Tianying trio had broken through to the Do D class, they would still be unable to seal it given the strength of the cold wind. Hence, Xiao Yan must think of a way to completely resolve this cold wind today. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he thought of this. This cold wind had surged out from underground. The seal of humans could only be preserved for 100 years. If he was unable to find the source of this cold wind, he must think of a solution from underground, giving others a taste of their own medicine. Xiao Yan frowned and thought for a moment, after which, a smile swiftly appeared in front of him. He had nearly forgotten that other than the thick rock soil under the ground, there was also boiling hot magma at the deepest part of the ground. That thing was also a natural strength. Although it was not as frightening as a heavenly flame, it was similarly endless. Would it not be perfect to use the natural strength to resist this endless cold wind? Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. He immediately shut his eyes. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows. It swiftly spread towards the deepest part of the ground below. Not long later, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he had already sensed an extremely high temperature. The magma that was emitting a frighteningly high temperature continued to churn deep underground like seawater. That frightening aura was as though there was a huge dragon present at the bottom of the magma. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the time when he was under the blazing sky chi refining tower in the Jianan Academy back then. Under the magma there seemed to be a kind of mysterious lizard-like creature that could survive within the magma. It was also at that time that Xiao Yan had met the dragon emperor of the ancient void dragon tribe, Zhu Kuan, for the first time. Now that he thought about it, all of this seemed to have happened yesterday. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh emotionally in his heart. The frightening spiritual strength within Xiao Yan's body suddenly spread out at this moment and reached deep underground. A thought passed through his mind and a dense white heavenly flame suddenly rose from deep underground. It will be you. Xiao Yan laughed softly in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the magma underground suddenly churned intensely. Following Xiao Yan's thought, it swiftly broke through the rock soil and swiftly surged towards the surface. Bang! Following a soul-stirring explosion, the bright red magma was just like a huge fire dragon as it suddenly spat out from under the ground. It leaped into the empty air before landing heavily. It was just like a fountain that swiftly surged out from the middle of the palm-shaped basin and gradually filled the entire basin. Chapter 482. The instant the indifferent voice was transmitted over, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. The movement of his hands also came to a halt. Sensing the icy cold indifference within those words, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt fear. The strength of this person was at least an elite Do Di. Elder, this junior is Xiao Yan. I do not have any ill intentions for offending Elder's territory today. I only hope to borrow your path. After keeping the heavenly flame in front of him, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully toward the surrounding empty space. He used his gaze to sweep the surrounding area. As expected, he did not see the figure of the other party. He was even unable to identify the exact direction that the voice came from. He was also unable to detect even the slightest trace of the other party's aura. This fellow who had suddenly spoken was like an illusory wind, causing one to be unable to find any traces. Oh, since you have only come to borrow my path, then what happened to her? Why was she injured? If you can't say it, you will die. The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan was not surprised to hear a cold, killing intent from it. He did not doubt any of the words that this elder said. If he could not answer, the other party would definitely kill him with one strike before he could even react. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a cold light. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He did not know if it was right or wrong to ask Murong Xianxian to bring him in this time around. The other party actually wanted his life the moment she opened her mouth. This really caused him to be a little overwhelmed by favor. Turning his head to look at Murong Xianxian, who was lying on his back, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. He softly said, "Why don't you say it?" Hearing this, the young lady's eyes, which had just looked at Xiao Yan, immediately turned away. Both of her eyes covered Xiao Yan's back, causing Xiao Yan to feel helpless in his heart. This attitude of Murong Xianxian was equivalent to pushing him to the guillotine. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan softly coughed twice. He respectfully cupped his hands toward the surrounding sky. Only then did he open his mouth and speak. Replying to Senior Murong Xianxian, "That's enough. I've already given you time, but since you're not willing to answer my questions, then let's end it here. You trespassed on my territory, and now you're even a human. Die, Brett." Chi. The moment those indifferent words fell, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly resounded in the world. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he wanted to dodge. However, Xiao Yan immediately discovered that his body had unknowingly been forcefully restrained in the same spot by a frightening strength. Xiao Yan already had no way of dodging this attack that would injure him. While his heart was greatly shaken, Xiao Yan could only hurriedly shout for Guyu in his heart. After all, from the aura of the person in front of him, it did not seem like he was joking. If Guyu did not appear, it was likely that he would not have any chance of survival. Given the strength contained in this attack, if it landed on Xiao Yan's body, forget about surviving, it would be difficult for him to even leave an intact corpse. In the blink of an eye, that frightening wind had already descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet from Xiao Yan's head. It was about to land on Xiao Yan's body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan knew that there was no way for him to dodge. He could not rely on Guyu. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and his body suddenly shook. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor had already covered Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was also unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body, which had been confined to the spot, was able to move. Ha! From Xiao Yan's point of view, the best defense was a bold attack. In the face of danger, it was better to go all out instead of being a yes man and waiting for death to descend. Even if he died, he would make the other party pay the price. Ha! Xiao Yan waved his large hand and kept the heavy Xin ruler into his storage ring. At the same time, a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a King Kong god, waved his large hand. Do Qi wildly gathered in his enormous palm. Immediately, the frightening wind was about to land. Sister Bing Shuang, don't. At this critical moment, it was originally thought that there would be an earth-shaking frightening collision. However, in exchange, it was actually Murong Xianxian's lovely cry that soared to the sky. At the same time, Murong Xianxian's delicate lovely body had already blocked the sky above Xiao Yan's head. She intended to use her body to block this fatal attack for Xiao Yan. Chi. In the blink of an eye, the The frightening wind that had already landed in front of Murong Xianxian's lovely body abruptly came to a halt amidst a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. Immediately, the frightening wind was easily dissolved. As the wind scattered, an absolute beauty with snow-white skin and ice-blue long hair was revealed. She was wearing an ice-blue long dress. This lady had an extremely beautiful face that could be said to be unparalleled. Her lips were like a red pill and her small and tall nose brought out the beauty of her face. Her willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes contained a pair of icy blue eyes that contained a cold glint. At the same time that she was beautiful, it also added an overbearing feeling like that of a king. Seeing the beautiful lady in front of her, a joyous smile immediately surfaced on Murong Xianxian's pretty face. Her lovely body moved and she tightly hugged the lady in front of her. The latter's originally indifferent face also revealed a rare smile that could overturn the world following Murong Xianxian's hug. If such a peerless beauty were to walk outside, she would definitely attract countless number of men to fall head over heels for her. They would be willing to do anything for her. It was likely that even some famous experts would be involuntarily moved by her beauty. Of course, if anyone wanted to get close to her, it was likely that they would first have to be stronger than her. After all, this ice beauty with a peerless appearance was not just a flower vase that appeared to be as beautiful as her appearance. Her strength was sufficient to cause the entire western region to tremble. However, just as this ice beauty and Murong Xianxian were hugging each other, the dose skill that Xiao Yan had already released from his hands below was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It no longer had any possibility of being withdrawn. In the blink of an eye, that frightening palm carried all of the remaining Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body and violently smashed toward the two beauties who were less than 100 feet away from him. In the face of this palm being thrown out, an anxious expression swiftly surfaced on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. How could he have known that Murong Xianxian would actually suddenly jump out and use her body to block this attack for him at such a critical moment? From the looks of it, this situation was already irreversible. Be careful! Following a stern cry that shook the sky, the enormous golden palm that was less than 10 feet away from Murong Xianxian and Murong Xianxian instantly paused in the air. Raising one's head, one could see that the ice beauty had actually carelessly lifted her white hand. Her 5 fingers were extended and at the same time, an invisible energy instantly swept out from her palm and forcefully imprisoned the enormous golden palm in the air. Bang! The next moment, the ice beauty gently clenched her hand and the enormous golden-colored handprint burst apart with a bang. Immediately, it transformed into waves of extremely pure Do Qi that once again returned to Xiao Yan's body. Chapter 483. In the blink of an eye, 1 week later, Xiao Yan's body, which had been unconscious for 7 days, finally slowly woke up at this moment on a stone bed in a stone room within Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. The steady movements purposely appeared to be prolonged and powerful. Xiao Yan's pale face had already completely recovered its redness. His white hair had also recovered its dark black color. The tiredness between his brows had also disappeared with the 7 days of deep sleep. At a certain moment, the eyelids of Xiao Yan, who was in a deep slumber, trembled slightly. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Immediately, his somewhat heavy eyelids were slowly opened, revealing 2 bright dark black eyes that were like 2 black pearls. Xiao Yan's eyeballs rotated slightly. His body, which had just woken up, appeared somewhat weak. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body, which was lying flat on the stone bed, shook gently. His strong body swiftly sat up. The tiredness within his body also swiftly disappeared. Xiao Yan twisted his body gently. Immediately, the cracking sound of bones colliding was emitted from within his body. As he sensed the comfortable feeling that was transmitted from the collision of bones, Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath of air. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the surrounding world. When Xiao Yan saw the familiar rock buildings around him, he immediately reacted in his heart. The place he was currently in was Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. With this thought in mind, the matter from 7 days ago swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's mind. The conversation he had with Murong Xianxian's group before he fainted was also completely recalled by Xiao Yan at this moment. Murong Xianxian, That's right, where is Murong Xianxia? Didn't I ask her if she could help me enter the Shilin mountain range? She has yet to answer me. When he thought of Murong Xianxia, Xiao Yan's heart immediately associated the matter of entering the Shilin mountain range. His mouth involuntarily exclaimed. His heart was also filled with doubts regarding Murong Xianxia's answer back then. Entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range was something that Xiao Yan had to do. Without obtaining a definite answer, Xiao Yan was naturally unable to feel at ease. Stinking brat, you're thinking about women the moment you wake up? That day, I was the one who gave you support. Otherwise, how could you have dealt with that cold wind? Now that you've woken up, it's fine if you don't thank me, but you're actually here thinking about women. You're really ungrateful. Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, appeared to have been wronged when he heard the exclamation that was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. He quietly curled his mouth and spoke to Xiao Yan in a somewhat depressed tone. Xiao Yan only recovered after hearing this. The expression on his face involuntarily became a little embarrassed. He awkwardly smiled and dryly laughed at Gu Yu within his body. Ha, old Gu, this junior knows his mistake. The reason why we were able to seal the crack back then was indeed because of old Gu's efforts. This junior will thank you on their behalf. Gu Yu laughed upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. His mood improved, but Xiao Yan opened his mouth again soon after. The expression on Gu Yu's old face had become gloomy. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy when he heard this. In that case, old Gu, can you tell me whether Murong Xianxia agreed to bring me into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range that day? Gu Yu decisively chose to remain silent. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, frowned tightly. His heart was a little anxious. He was extremely concerned about that result. Whether it was true or not would affect whether he could pass through the Shilin mountain range. Hence, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Crack, crack, crack. However, at this moment, the thick stone door of the stone room was opened from the outside. Two human figures walked in one after another while Xiao Yan raised his eyes. They were Tianying and Murong Xianxia. The two of them had just stepped into the stone room when they immediately saw Xiao Yan seated beside the stone bed. Immediately, Tianying and Murong Xianxia, who had just taken a step forward, paused in the air. At the same time, the expressions on their faces also froze. It was as though time had stopped at this moment. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed when he saw this. At the same time, Tianying and Murong Xianxia finally recovered. Immediately, a joy swiftly surged into the eyes of the two of them. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Xiao Yan, you have finally woken up. You do not know just how worried all of us were about you during these 7 days that you were unconscious. In the blink of an eye, a bold laughter was quickly emitted from Tianying's mouth. At the same time, Tianying also strode forward in an unrestrained and bold manner. With a couple of large strides, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had already stood up from the stone bed when Tianying arrived in front of him when he saw the person who had arrived. Faced with Tianying's words, Xiao Yan immediately cupped his hands together towards the former. His gaze glanced at Murong Xianxia behind him before opening his mouth to laugh out loud. Ha ha, I am really sorry to have caused everyone to worry. While he spoke, Xiao Yan also came to know from Tianying's words that he had been unconscious for 7 days. Haha, the three of us are fine. After some investigation, we found out the reason why you were unconscious. However, it has been tough on our young miss. She has always been worried about you and has not left your side for the past few days. A complicated expression flashed across Tianying's face after his words sounded. He secretly glanced at Murong Xianxia behind him, only to discover that the latter was currently looking at him with an expression as though she wanted to eat him. This caused Tianying to involuntarily feel a chill on his back. Cough cough. Tianying hurriedly coughed twice. He swiftly turned around and hid behind Murong Xianxia with an embarrassed smile on his face. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily turned a little red when he saw the beauty in front of him once again. The words that were originally at the tip of his tongue were also forcefully stuck between his teeth. A redness involuntarily surfaced on Murong Xianxia's pretty face when she saw Xiao Yan's appearance. Her pretty eyes rotated and she appeared to be deep in thought. Immediately, she pursed her red lips and opened her mouth to speak. Don't listen to his nonsense. This young miss is not worried about you. How can someone who possesses such great strength die so easily? Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart when he heard this. Murong Xianxia curled her lips at Xiao Yan and quickly opened her mouth to speak. However, since you are fine now, let's go. Huh? The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily froze when he heard Murong Xianxia's unclear words. Doubt immediately rose in his heart. He let out a soft and immediately asked with a frown. Go where? A smile involuntarily surfaced on Murong Xianxia's pretty face when she saw this. Her pretty eyes rotated and her gaze fiercely glanced at Xiao Yan. She snorted softly and said angrily, "Didn't you say that you wanted to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range? Since you helped us seal the cold wind and saved us, and most importantly, you saved this young miss, this request is not too much. This young miss will reluctantly agree to it." At the same time that her voice fell, the young girl placed her hands behind her back. Her delicate body was like a blooming lotus as she turned around and walked out of the stone room with a charming smile. After that, when Xiao Yan heard this sudden news, his face that was originally at a loss of what to do immediately revealed an expression of wild joy. His body moved and he hurriedly followed. Chapter 484. Within a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian had once again arrived in front of the snowy peak. Behind them, Tian Ying and Yan Shi, who had hurried over, followed closely behind. After the cold wind was suppressed by Xiao Yan for a long time, the land, which was originally covered by ice and snow, had a new color. Bright red magma flowed on this land. The vast magma appeared just like a lake. It emitted a high temperature, causing the entire place to become extremely hot. Many magma tributaries were like veins in a human body. From the edge of this magma lake, they gradually spread towards the mountain forest beyond one's sight. Only when they approached the vast mountain forest did they gradually stop spreading towards the deeper parts. On the other side of the magma lake, a towering snow-capped peak towered into the clouds like a giant guarding the end of the magma lake. The bone-chilling cold wind constantly swirled around the snow-capped peak, emitting gusts of wind whistling like the roars of beasts. The pure white flying snow was carried by the cold wind and agglomerated into a snow-white flying dragon. After a roar in the sky, it spread apart with a bang and slowly drifted down from the 9 heavens. At this moment, at the border between the magma lake and the snowy peak, Xiao Yan's group of 5 was standing in the air. Their eyes occasionally swept across the magma lake below. Each of their eyes revealed different expressions. Looking at the magma lake below, which even Tian Ying himself felt a little dangerous, Tian Ying's eyes involuntarily revealed a tinge of surprise. At this moment, Tian Ying's senses sensed that although the cold wind lingering around the snowy peak was quite strong, each time the cold wind was about to land, it would be dissolved by an even hotter wind from below. This cycle repeated and the cold wind was no longer able to sweep into the mountain forest outside the snowy peak. Seeing this scene, Tian Ying could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Of course, the Yan Shi and Xiong gang beside him were naturally already shocked by the scene in front of them. In front of the 3 of them, Xiao Yan was standing side by side with Murong Xianxian. Together, they watched the scene of ice and fire dispersing in front of them. Each of them had different thoughts in their hearts. Murong Xianxian's eyes observed the magma lake below. Her heart involuntarily recalled the powerful stance that Xiao Yan had displayed 7 days ago. An unusual splendor also flowed within her pretty eyes. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became excited as though it had been injected with chicken blood when he thought that he would be able to enter the inner regions of the Shilin mountain range. After all, if one counted carefully, Xiao Yan had already entered the Shilin mountain range for nearly a year and a half. Back then, he had estimated time to pass the Shilin mountain range. And who could have imagined that the cold wind was actually so frightening? Who could have imagined that the cold wind was of such a frightening of? Who? Murong Xianxian finally withdrew her eyes after staring for a long time. She looked to the other side of the snowy mountain. A glint flowed within her long pretty eyes. Immediately, her pretty face, which caused one to feel tender affection for her, revealed a crafty smile. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw the change in expression on the pretty face of the young lady by the side. A doubtful expression involuntarily appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. Soon after, the young lady's white hand was slowly extended from under her sleeves in front of Xiao Yan's surprised eyes. A light flashed on her palm and a jade tablet that emitted a green light appeared in Murong Xianxian's hand. The expression on Xiao Yan's face changed when he saw this jade tablet. It instantly turned into joy. This jade tablet was the chi-cold jade that could block the frightening cold wind. A smile involuntarily surfaced on the young lady's pretty face when she saw the joy on Xiao Yan's face. After which, a thought passed through her mind. The dou qi within her body swiftly surged out and poured into the jade tablet in her hand. Following the pouring in of Murong Xianxian's dou qi, the jade tablet, which was emitting a gentle green light, immediately emitted a strange energy that wrapped around Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian's bodies. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the faint strange energy around him. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength surged out from between his brows in an attempt to probe Chi-Cold Jade's energy aura. However, the final result caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat stunned in his heart. This was because the result of his spiritual strength probing was that it was like an ethereal aura. Xiao Yan was unable to capture Chi-Cold Jade's energy. While Xiao Yan was feeling stunned in his heart, Murong Xianxian by the side laughed softly. She ignored the stunned face of Xiao Yan by the side. Her lovely body moved and she took the lead to fly to the other side of the snowy mountain. Behind her, the Sky Eagle trio revealed respectful expressions on their faces when they saw that Murong Xianxian was about to leave. They hurriedly cupped their hands together and bowed in the direction that the young lady had left. At the same time, they spoke in a respectful tone. "Safe journey, young miss." In response to this, Murong Xianxian raised her hand. The back of her delicate hand faced the three people behind her and gently waved. At the same time, Xiao Yan also recovered the instant the words of the three people sounded. The expression on his face changed slightly as he swiftly followed. Currently, he needed to rely on this girl to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. If this little girl ran away first, Xiao Yan would not be able to leave this place. With the support of Chi-Cold Jade and the strange energy, Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian crossed the snowy mountain peak without any resistance and officially entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Of course, this was merely the edge of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There was still quite a distance from the true core of the hinterland. If Xiao Yan wanted to pass through this place, he would need to spend even more time. When Xiao Yan stepped into the air and crossed the majestic snowy mountain peak with a relaxed expression, he could not help but feel excited in his heart. He still remembered that when he had arrived at this place for the first time a couple of months ago, it was already extremely difficult for him to even step onto the broken slope. Back then, Xiao Yan had never even thought that he would be able to easily cross the snowy peak under his feet with his footsteps like this. Now, however, Xiao Yan had really crossed this snowy peak with such ease. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly had a feeling that things had remained the same, but people had changed. Phew! He did not know why, but he let out a long sigh in his heart. Perhaps it was the relaxed feeling of successfully entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, or perhaps it was a sigh for the thoughts in his heart just now. Xiao Yan stood in the air as his eyes focused on a certain direction. Soon after, he nodded heavily. His figure moved and he quickly followed Murong Xianxian's footsteps, swiftly flying towards the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, half a day had already passed since Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian had entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. During this half a day, Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian could be said to have traveled non-stop. But even so, the two of them were still quite a distance away from the center of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. While walking side by side with Murong Xianxian, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of a question that he had been puzzled about for a long time. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze towards the young lady beside him. The expression in his eyes flickered slightly. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "That's right, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. I wonder if you can answer it for me?" Hearing Xiao Yan's sudden words, a doubtful expression surfaced on Murong Xianxian's pretty face. After which, she nodded her head gently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Ask away." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. After which, he mused for a moment and said, "If I have guessed correctly, there should be at least one elite Dodi in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, right?" Seeing this, the expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. Even her forward-flying footsteps could not help but pause slightly. The young lady's eyebrows were knitted slightly. However, she still nodded her head gently in the end. Seeing this, Xiao Yan finally nodded his head. He immediately frowned and opened his mouth to ask, "But since that is the case, why did he not appear when the cold wind erupted? With his strength, he should have the ability to suppress the cold wind. At the very least, he should not have allowed Tianying and the others to end up like that. There is a reason for that. Moreover, the Shilin mountain range has rules that belong to this place. The eastern wall being broken is originally the responsibility of the three of them. The hinterland of the Shilin mountain range has 4 mountain walls and there are people guarding each of them. If the 4 mountain walls were to be broken one day, don't tell me that the owner of the Shilin mountain range has to personally seal them?" Hearing the grumbling hidden within Xiao Yan's voice, the expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face suddenly sunk. Her tone was low and deep as she spoke sternly to Xiao Yan. Regardless of what the reason is, he can't just sit back and do nothing. If I was not around when the eastern wall collapsed this time around, not only would Tianying and the others not be able to survive, but even you would also be in danger. Don't tell me that he, a dignified elite Dodi, is actually unwilling to be involved in such a situation? However, the tone in Xiao Yan's mouth was also raised in the face of Murong Xianxian's reply. When his words sounded, it actually caused the young lady by the side to be speechless. Although the young lady had a clear answer in her heart as to why that person did not intervene, she could not clearly state this point due to her relationship with Xiao Yan. This also caused Murong Xianxian to feel a bitterness in her heart that she could not speak of. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to continue asking, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted from Murong Xianxian's hand. Soon after, the strange energy that originally wrapped around Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the expressions on Xiao Yan's and Murong Xianxian's faces instantly changed. Chapter 485. Bang! The expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face instantly changed after a low, deep bang was emitted. The young lady pursed her lips gently and a thread of bright red fresh blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. At the same time, as Murong Xianxian swiftly lifted her jade-like hand, the Qi Hanyu that was emitting a sparkling green light had, for some unknown reason, been cut into 2. The green fluorescent light that had gathered on it had also swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the strange energy that had originally covered Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian swiftly disappeared. The bone-chilling cold wind in the sky was just like a hungry wolf that had been eyeing the 2 of them for a long time. It suddenly pounced toward Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian in the air. This sudden, unexpected change in the situation also caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to change drastically. Without the Qi Hanyu, Xiao Yan felt terrified from the bottom of his heart as he faced the frightening cold wind in the hinterland. Given the strength of this cold wind, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to endure for long under this cold wind even if he used all his strength. Moreover, there was still Murong Xianxian beside him at this moment. However, the cold wind had already attacked at this moment. Seeing that he and Murong Xianxian had already become turtles in a jar, Xiao Yan would definitely not sit still and wait for death. At the very most, he would get Guyu to attack again. If it really did not work, he could only withdraw from the hinterland of the Shilin mountain. Although Xiao Yan involuntarily felt some regret in his heart when he thought of being unable to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan still treasured his life more than forcefully barging in at this moment. Ha! Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook within the cold wind. The dou qi within his body swiftly surged out of his body. The heavenly flame surged and swiftly agglomerated into a heavenly flame barrier around Xiao Yan's body. It temporarily blocked the fierce cold wind that was whistling over from all directions. At the same time, Xiao Yan pulled Murong Qianxian into his embrace. He waved his right hand and the heavy Shen ruler also appeared in his hand. The enormous ruler was swung and emitted a heavy rushing wind sound in the empty air. Chi chi chi. The moment the cold wind collided with Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, an intense chi-chi sound was emitted from the empty air. A dense white fog rose around the heavenly flame. Immediately, it agglomerated into numerous sharp ice blades under the cold wind. The sharp blades were swung with the wind and once again ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's heavenly flame barrier. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Under this endless bombardment, Xiao Yan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The cold wind was already incomparably fierce, and it was even more endless in the hinterland of Shilin. Even though his heavenly flame was strong, the more violent it was, the more the water vapor that had been incinerated in the empty air would be used by the cold wind once again. As a result, the more it fought, the more valiant it became. On the other hand, Xiao Yan could only be in a passive state. If this continued, it would not be a good ending for him. In a short period of time, the surroundings of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame had already been covered by layers of ice blades. At a glance, the surrounding space was densely packed with ice blades. As for Xiao Yan, he could only use his heavenly flame to continuously resist. Damn it! This cold wind is really troublesome. If I cannot completely incinerate the water vapor in the cold wind, it will be useless in the end. Seeing the danger of the cold wind, the expression on Xiao Yan's face became ruthless. His right hand, which was holding the heavy Shen ruler, also began to exert more strength. Xiao Yan, don't speak. You are injured. Let's withdraw first. As for the matter of passing through the Shilin mountain range, let's make other plans. Murong Qianxian, who was in his embrace, was just about to open her mouth to speak when Xiao Yan let out a low cry and blocked her words. At the same time, Xiao Yan's footsteps changed. As he executed the sky extinction steps, his body suddenly turned and the heavy Shen ruler in his right hand was suddenly waved. Immediately, a majestic ruler glow that spanned across the sky swept out from the heavy Shen ruler. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. One ruler. Xiao Yan let out a fierce cry in his heart. At the same time, the ruler glow also swept out. Under the support of the heavenly flame, the frightening Do Qi instantly swept away all the cold wind in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also used this short instant to execute the sky extinction steps with all his might. His body suddenly flashed and appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet away. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was in Xiao Yan's embrace, nimbly breathed in the unique scent on Xiao Yan's body. A warm smile surfaced on her somewhat pale pretty face. Ha! Once again, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was waved violently. Numerous frightening ruler glows were continuously waved from the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand, violently sweeping across the sky where the cold wind was whistling. Wherever the ruler glow passed, the cold wind in the sky would be instantly incinerated into nothingness. Even the water vapor in the air completely disappeared at this moment. Under the ruler glow, even the air that Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian breathed in had become unusually dry and warm. Ha! 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Time after time, Xiao Yan attacked with all his might. His black-robed figure also repeatedly flashed across the empty space. Even though this was the case, the current Xiao Yan was still quite a distance away from the snowy peak from which he had come. After a countless number of attacks, the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body had already been exhausted by more than half. Even though this was the case, the cold wind around him still did not reduce in strength. The frighteningly low temperature continued to bombard the heavenly flame barrier around Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the heavenly flame barrier, which had originally covered 100 feet around Xiao Yan, had already been forced back to a distance of less than 10 feet from Xiao Yan's body. After unleashing his Do Qi countless number of times with all his strength, the current Xiao Yan also felt a sense of helplessness. The terror of this cold wind was far more frightening than he had imagined. Even if he went all out, it was likely that he would have difficulty leaving this place today. Huff! Xiao Yan violently panted a couple of times. He rotated his wrist and kept the heavy Xin ruler in his hand. Immediately, he widened his mouth and numerous heavenly flames were spat out from his mouth. They floated in front of Xiao Yan. Murong Xianxia sensed Xiao Yan's intention after he placed her down. Her hands, which were tightly hugging Xiao Yan's body, slowly released. Her face was pale as she hid behind Xiao Yan. "Old Gu, lend me a hand," Xiao Yan spoke with a heavy heart. However, all he got in return was silence. Guyu was indifferent to what he had said. He was not moved at all. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned in the face of this. It was unexpected that Guyu would choose to remain silent at this moment. However, Xiao Yan quickly frowned in a somewhat doubtful manner. Guyu's silence caused him to feel an uneasiness. Xiao Yan could only helplessly sigh bitterly in his heart after a moment of futility. He withdrew his gaze. Xiao Yan's eyes had just landed on the heavenly flame in front of him. Just as he was about to form the angry Buddha lotus flame, a bell-like clear, indifferent voice suddenly reverberated over this place. "Little human, who are you? Why have you barged into this king's territory?" Chapter 486. The instant the indifferent voice was transmitted over, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. The movement of his hands also came to a halt. Sensing the icy cold indifference within those words, a fear involuntarily rose within Xiao Yan's heart. The strength of this person was at least an elite Do Di. "Elder, this junior is Xiao Yan. I do not have any ill intentions for offending Elder's territory today. I only hope to borrow your path." After keeping the heavenly flame in front of him, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands together respectfully toward the surrounding empty space. He used his gaze to sweep the surrounding area. As expected, he did not see the figure of the other party. He was even unable to identify the exact direction that the voice had originated from. He was also unable to detect even the slightest trace of the other party's aura. This fellow who had suddenly spoken was like an illusory wind, causing one to be unable to find any traces. "Oh, since you have only come to borrow my path, then what happened to her? Why is she injured? If you can't say it, you will die." The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan was not surprised to hear a cold killing intent from it. He did not doubt any of the words that this elder said. If he could not answer, the other party would definitely kill him with one strike before he could even react. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a cold light. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He did not know if it was right or wrong to ask Murong Xianxian to bring him in this time around. The other party had actually said something that wanted his life the moment she opened her mouth. This really caused him to be a little overwhelmed by favor. Turning his head to look at Murong Xianxian, who was lying on his back, Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. He softly said, "Why don't you say it?" Hearing this, the young lady's eyes, which had just looked at Xiao Yan, immediately turned away. Both of her eyes covered Xiao Yan's back, causing Xiao Yan to feel helpless in his heart. This attitude of Murong Xianxian was equivalent to pushing him to the guillotine. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan softly coughed twice. He respectfully cupped his hands toward the surrounding sky. Only then did he open his mouth and speak. Replying to Senior Murong Xianxian, "That's enough. I've already given you time, but since you don't want to answer my questions, then let's end it here. You trespassed on my territory, and now you're even a human. Brat die." Chi. The moment those indifferent words fell, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded in the world. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he wanted to dodge. However, Xiao Yan immediately discovered that his body had unknowingly been forcefully restrained in the same spot by a frightening strength. Xiao Yan already had no way of dodging this attack that could injure him. While his heart was greatly shaken, Xiao Yan could only hurriedly shout for Guyu in his heart. After all, from the aura of the person in front of him, it did not seem like he was joking. If Guyu did not appear, it was likely that he would not have the slightest chance of survival. Given the strength contained in this attack, if it landed on Xiao Yan's body, forget about surviving, it would be difficult for him to even leave an intact corpse. In the blink of an eye, that frightening wind had already descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet from Xiao Yan's head. It was about to land on Xiao Yan's body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan knew that there was no way for him to dodge. He could not rely on Guyu. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and his body suddenly shook. The dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, the dragon phoenix ancient armor had already covered Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was also unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body, which had been confined to the spot, was finally able to move. Ha! From Xiao Yan's point of view, the best defense was a bold attack. In the face of danger, it was better to go all out instead of obediently waiting for death to descend. Even if he died, he would make the other party pay the price. Ha! Xiao Yan waved his large hand and kept the heavy Xin ruler into his storage ring. At the same time, a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a King Kong god, waved his large hand. Do Qi wildly gathered in his enormous palm. Immediately, the frightening wind was about to land. Sister Bing Shuang, don't. At this critical moment, it was originally thought that there would be an earth-shaking frightening collision. However, in exchange, it was actually Murong Qianxian's lovely cry that soared to the sky. At the same time, Murong Qianxian's delicate lovely body had already blocked the sky above Xiao Yan's head. She intended to use her body to block this fatal attack for Xiao Yan. Qi. In the blink of an eye, the frightening wind that had already landed in front of Murong Qianxian's lovely body abruptly came to a halt amidst a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. Immediately, the frightening wind was easily dissolved. As the wind scattered, an absolute beauty with snow-white skin and ice-blue long hair was revealed. She was wearing an ice-blue long dress. This lady had an extremely beautiful face that could be said to be unparalleled. Her lips were like a red pill and her small and tall nose brought out the beauty of her face. Her willow-shaped eyebrows and phoenix-shaped eyes contained a pair of icy blue eyes that contained a cold glint. At the same time that she was beautiful, it also added a king-like overbearing feeling. Seeing the beautiful lady in front of her, a joyous smile immediately surfaced on Murong Qianxian's pretty face. Her lovely body moved and she tightly hugged the lady in front of her. A rarely seen smile that could overturn the world also surfaced on the latter's originally indifferent face following Murong Qianxian's hug. If such a peerless beauty were to walk outside, she would definitely attract a countless number of men to fall head over heels for her. They would be willing to do anything for her. It was likely that even some famous experts would be involuntarily moved by her beauty. Of course, if anyone wanted to get close to her, it was likely that they would first have to be stronger than her. After all, this ice beauty with a peerless appearance was not just a flower vase that appeared to be as beautiful as her appearance. Her strength was sufficient to cause the entire western region to tremble. However, at the same time that this ice beauty and Murong Qianxian were hugging each other, the dose skill that Xiao Yan had already released from his hands below was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It no longer had any possibility of being withdrawn. In the blink of an eye, that frightening palm carried all of the remaining Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body and violently smashed toward the two beauties who were less than 100 feet in the air. In the face of this palm being thrown out, an anxious expression swiftly surfaced on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. How could he have known that Murong Qianxian would actually suddenly jump out and use her body to block this attack for him at such a critical moment? From the looks of it, this situation was already irreversible. Be careful! Following a stern cry that shook the sky, the enormous golden palm that was less than 10 feet away from Murong Qianxian and Murong Qianxian instantly paused in the air. Raising one's head, one could only see that the ice beauty had actually carelessly lifted her white hand. Her 5 fingers were extended and at the same time, An invisible energy instantly swept out from her palm and forcefully imprisoned the enormous golden palm in the air. Bang! The next moment, the ice beauty gently clenched her hand and the enormous golden-colored handprint burst apart with a bang. Immediately, it transformed into waves of extremely pure Do Qi that once again returned to Xiao Yan's body. Chapter 487. Following a bang sound, the huge golden handprint disappeared. It once again turned into waves of pure Do Qi and returned to the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the feeling of weakness that was emitted from Xiao Yan's body also disappeared. The golden light scattered and Xiao Yan returned to his original form. The Dragon Phoenix ancient armor continued to cover Xiao Yan's body so that he could deal with any sudden changes at any time. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air with some difficulty. Only then did he lift his eyes and look over. Immediately, his eyes involuntarily hardened. At this moment, one could see that the ice beauty had also withdrawn her soft, white, jade-like hand. At the same time, her eyelids were gently lifted. Her pretty ice blue eyes were slowly lifted. They carried an indifferent expression as she looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently shooting his gaze toward her. The gazes of the two people made contact in the empty space from a great distance. At that instant, Xiao Yan immediately sensed an extremely frightening aura swiftly enveloping him. They had just made contact, but the frightening strength had already caused his body to become a little unstable. Xiao Yan, who was standing in the empty space, lost his footing. He could not help but hurriedly take a few steps back, after which he once again stabilized his body. The gaze that he used to look at the lady was filled with shock. The strength of the lady in front of him was really extremely frightening. Clearly, the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary elite Dodi. Her strength was likely on par with the leaders of the 4 large sects. 8-star Dodi. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tremble violently. 8-star Dodi. This level was the true peak expert of the Western region. It was unexpected that he had met all the top experts in the Western region in less than 2 years since he had arrived at the Western region. However, he did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Just as Xiao Yan was quietly thinking in his heart, the ice beauty let out a soft snort. She once again raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Yan. Seeing that the ice beauty had actually raised her hand once again, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly changed. His feet involuntarily took half a step back. At the same time, the Do Qi in his body was swiftly circulated. Regardless of the other party's motive, if she wanted to kill him, Xiao Yan would definitely not sit still and wait for death. Even if the other party was an elite Dodi that he was no match for. Sister Bing Shuang, don't kill him. My injury is caused by the backlash of Qi Hanyu shattering. It has nothing to do with Xiao Yan. Moreover, he has already saved me many times along the way. He is my savior. You must not kill him. Seeing that Sister Bing Shuang in front of her had adopted a posture of wanting to kill Xiao Yan, the expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face immediately became anxious. She hurriedly hugged Bing Shuang's extended hand and pressed it down. Her mouth also hurriedly cried out loudly, afraid that Sister Bing Shuang in front of her would really kill Xiao Yan. Seeing that Murong Xianxian was actually so protective of the human called Xiao Yan behind her, Bing Shuang could not help but frown slightly. However, when she saw the pleading expression in the young lady's eyes, a beautiful and moving smile that was like a snow lotus on an ice mountain involuntarily surfaced on her ice-cold pretty face. Seeing this scene, the anxious expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face also disappeared. It was once again replaced by a joyous smile. She once again hugged Bing Shuang in front of her. At the same time, her small mouth nestled beside Bing Shuang's ear as she giggled. Hee, I know that Sister Bing Shuang is the best. Hearing this, a smile once again surfaced on Bing Shuang's beautiful face. Her pretty eyes were gently shut as though she was enjoying the reunion with the young lady at this moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a long sigh in his heart. From the looks of it, everything should be fine. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi that had already circulated throughout his body swiftly returned to the vortex in his body. However, at the next moment, when Bing Shuang once again opened her eyes, those beautiful ice-blue eyes were still filled with the same indifference as before. At the same time, she lifted her hand and flicked her finger. An incomparably fast Do-Chi pillar swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan's body like lightning. Ugh! The instant Xiao Yan regained his senses, his dark black eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The expression on his face also changed drastically at this moment. His entire body froze on the spot at this moment. Even the breathing from his nose had also stopped. In the next moment, Murong Xianxia, who was hugging Bing Shuang, also swiftly discovered the movement of Bing Shuang's hand. Immediately, the smile that had just surfaced on her pretty face instantly turned pale. The young lady was filled with anxiety as she hurriedly struggled free from Bing Shuang's embrace in front of her. She immediately turned around and looked at Xiao Yan behind her. Her pair of watery eyes were completely red at this moment. Crystal clear tears continued to swirl in her eyes, as though they could fall at any moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was stunned for a moment before he quickly recovered. When he looked at his own body, he did not expect that he would be completely unscathed from that ice beauty's attack. At the same time, Murong Xianxia also noticed the stunned expression on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. Immediately, the large rock that was lifted high in the young lady's heart fell down with a loud bang at this moment. Since Xianxian has said that you have saved her life a couple of times, this queen will not pursue the matter of you barging into this queen's territory this time around. Treat this as another form of compensation from this queen to you. After all, this road was borrowed by this little girl. Just as Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian were feeling stunned in their hearts, Bing Shuang's somewhat indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted over. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian immediately woke up. It turned out that Bing Shuang did not have the intention to kill Xiao Yan. Understanding this point, Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. At the same time, Xiao Yan could not help but frown tightly. From Bing Shuang's words just now, Xiao Yan did not quite understand the compensation that she mentioned. Right at the moment when Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to ask, a frightening Do-Chi fluctuation suddenly surged out from within Xiao Yan's body. Before this Do-Chi fluctuation, even Xiao Yan's body involuntarily trembled slightly. That Do-Chi directly passed through Xiao Yan's body and swept through the sky. At the same time that Do-Chi surged out from Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan's aura also rapidly rose. In a short couple breaths of time, Xiao Yan's strength that had just entered the middle stage of the 5-star half-martial emperor level had completely stabilized. However, the power that filled that Do-Chi was far from limited to this. As that Do-Chi continued to surge out, Xiao Yan's aura was also rapidly rising, all the way to the 6th-star half-martial emperor level. Chapter 488. With the help of Gu Yu's strength, Xiao Yan was unimpeded in the cold wind this time around. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the cold wind did not even have the chance to approach Xiao Yan. It was isolated in the empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan was moving forward was many times faster than before. Under Gu Yu's guidance, Xiao Yan appeared in a dimly lit cloud within a couple of hours. The clouds in the sky were extremely dense. At this place, if an ordinary person were to look with their naked eyes, they would not be able to clearly see more than a meter away. At this moment, when the dense white, bone-chilling flame lingered over Xiao Yan's eyes, the world below gradually became clear. Below the clouds was a world of ice covered in snow. The thick layer of snow indicated the desolation of this place. Due to the dim light, the snow on the ground appeared gray. At first glance, one would not even be able to recognize that it was snow. The grayish-white clouds and the gloomy world seemed a little out of place compared to the outside world. If an ordinary person saw this scene, it was likely that they would think that this was a desert. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was high in the sky, involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene below. Forget about other people, even he did not believe that this was the location of the icy spirit cold fountain, just by looking at this desolate scene. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He asked Gu Yu while feeling doubtful in his heart. "Old Gu, are you certain that this is where the icy spirit cold spring is located?" Hee hee, little fellow, relax. This old man's senses will not be wrong. This is indeed where the icy spirit cold spring is located. Guyu chuckled and spoke in an extremely certain tone. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's frown did not ease. His eyes rotated as he asked Guyu again. However, the cold chi in this world is not much different from other places. I can't sense any different aura at all. Bus. At the end of his words, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bright light flashed in his white eyes. Hehe, your guess is correct. Although the icy spirit cold spring is not in this snowy land, it is beneath the snowy land. As long as one can enter the ground, one will be able to see the icy spirit cold spring. This point is similar to the crack on the eastern wall, which also came from underground. As for the source of the cold wind, this old man is certain that it is the icy spirit cold spring. At this moment, Guyu gradually withdrew his joking mood and spoke solemnly to Xiaoyan. After Guyu's words sounded, a fiery expression appeared on Xiaoyan's face once again. With a thought, the dou qi in Xiaoyan's body immediately gathered in his palms. His figure flashed and appeared above the snowy ground. He raised his palms and bent his fingers into claws, intending to ruthlessly claw at the snowy ground below. Wait! However, just as Xiaoyan's claw was about to land, Guyu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke and forcefully stopped Xiaoyan. The claw that was about to land suddenly paused in midair. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed. He frowned and asked Guyu in a deep voice. Old Gu, what is it? Kid, before you make a move, there is something I need to tell you. The icy spirit cold spring here clearly already has an owner. If you act on your own accord, I'm afraid that you will be hunted down by the owner of the icy spirit cold spring. You better think carefully. Guyu's tone was a little grave as he spoke. Is it that woman called Bing Shuang? What do you think? Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened upon hearing this. If that was really the case, it would likely be troublesome. Being viewed as an enemy by an origin transformation expert was definitely not a small matter for anyone, especially Xiaoyan, who had already formed a grudge with the four great sections. If he offended such an expert, it was likely that even Guyu would be powerless to continue protecting him. Xiaoyan nodded. Damn it! The thing is right in front of me. Do I really have to give up just like that? Anger could not help but rise in Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. He coldly snorted and a dense white heavenly flame immediately surged out of his pores. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had been turned into a flaming person. Old Gu, can you find out where that woman is right now? Hey, brat, are you trying to snatch it by force? This method is not wise. You should leave them first. Now that something has happened to the icy spirit cold spring, they will immediately think of you. When that time comes. But there is no other way other than this. Guyu's words had yet to fade when Xiaoyan helplessly sighed and spoke. Hey brat, who told you that there is no other way? However, Guyu chuckled when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Xiaoyan was stunned. He could not help but feel puzzled. Guyu chuckled again and continued. Based on my senses, those two little girls aren't too far away from us. If you dare to snatch them, I guarantee that those two little girls will arrive here before you can obtain the icy spirit frozen fountain. When that time comes, you'll really be in for a bad time. Not only will you be hunted down by an expert, but even those girls' feelings for you will also be erased. Xiaoyan could only helplessly frown when he heard the first half of Guyu's words. However, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard the last sentence. He helplessly rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and spoke in a deep voice. Old Gu, just tell me what the method is. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, there is no need to say anything else. Hey brat, are you still unwilling to admit it? Guyu chuckled when he heard this. He immediately withdrew his smile and said, This method is not simple. This method is neither difficult nor easy. However, the most important thing is that it requires you to pay a huge price. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he heard Guyu's words. A method that could cause Guyu to speak in such a manner was likely extraordinarily difficult. Gu, just say it. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, it is only natural for me to pay a price. Come at me. Xiao Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. His body shook as he stood in the air. His face revealed a determined expression as he spoke in a sonorous and forceful tone. Good. I like this decisive character of yours. You are able to abandon yourself in order to achieve your goal. The old me has not misjudged you. Go. Gu Yu's tone purposely became solemn as he cried out in a low voice. After which, he once again became quiet. Gu Yu's silence caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a little uncertain. The so-called price that he had thought of did not appear to have descended on Gu Yu's head. However, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that something was amiss at the next moment. Following Gu Yu's silence, the dense white flame within his body and his powerful Do Qi began to swiftly disappear. At the same time, the dense white flame that adhered to the surface of Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately, a frightening cold aura that caused Xiao Yan's soul to tremble descended on Xiao Yan's head. The price? Chapter 489. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew from his cultivation state as cold wind whistled in the sky. Soon after, he twisted his body and straightened his body. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile as he sensed the abundant feeling that was transmitted from his body. Soon after, he clenched both of his fists tightly. His body shook violently as an invisible pressure rapidly spread from Xiao Yan's body. Under the pressure of this aura, the empty space around Xiao Yan's body involuntarily became distorted. The vast and mighty pressure was many times stronger than the Xiao Yan from a day ago. A 6-star half-martial emperor is indeed not someone that a 5-star half-martial emperor can easily compare with. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled in his heart when he saw the strange situation in the surrounding space. Soon after, his eyes turned. The joy that had just appeared on his face was swiftly suppressed by Xiao Yan. His pair of rippleless pitch-black eyes looked at Bing Shuang, who was standing not far away from Xiao Yan. Junior Xiao Yan thanks Senior for your great kindness. Although the other party did indeed have a young lady's face that could overturn the world, Xiao Yan naturally understood that by being able to train to such a level, the latter was worthy of Xiao Yan respectfully addressing him as elder, regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or age. Humph, there is no need to thank me. This king has already said that this is compensation and can also be considered a reward. Since you have already entered the Shilin mountain range and obtained power, please leave. Hearing this, Bing Shuang's pretty eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. Soon after, she spoke in a cold voice. As her words sounded, Bing Shuang waved her sleeve. A cold wind blew past as she prepared to leave with Murong Qianxian. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned at Bing Shuang's words. A troubled expression appeared between his brows. It was not that he was unwilling to leave this place. However, even though he had already broken through to a 6-star half-martial emperor, it was still impossible for him to pass through the Shilin mountain range alone. Without Gu Yu's help, it was likely that it would be incomparably difficult for him to even enter the center of the Shilin mountain range, much less pass through this place. Don't tell me you don't want to leave and still want to pester my Xianxian? Seeing Xiao Yan frown, Bing Shuang said coldly again. This time, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that the temperature around him had dropped significantly. Brat, don't think that you're qualified to speak to this king just because you've broken through to 6-star half-martial emperor. Don't forget, it was this king who helped you increase your strength. The voice that was filled with indifference resounded once again. The entire world trembled slightly at this moment. Between the heavens and the earth, transparent icicles gradually formed as Bing Shuang's mood changed. The sharp icicles were all pointed at Xiao Yan. The cold glint that was reflected seemed to cause the temperature of this place to become even colder without anyone noticing. The expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly turned grave when he saw the countless icicles in the sky. He did not doubt that these ordinary-looking icicles would be able to turn all of his techniques into nothingness. Faced with these icicles, he would likely not be able to last even a second. As Xiao Yan called out Gu Yu in his heart, he also turned his gaze to Bing Shuang with a grave expression. Just as he was about to speak, Murong Qianxian, who was standing beside Bing Shuang, stood forward once again. Her delicate body stood in front of Bing Shuang. Her pretty face that was filled with smiles a moment ago had turned pale once again. Her beautiful eyes that were filled with moisture quickly looked at Bing Shuang. Her delicate jade-like hands hugged Bing Shuang's lotus root-like fair arm. At the same time, she hurriedly shouted, "Sister Bing Shuang, don't be afraid of this wind. Sister Bing Shuang, it is not as if you don't know how frightening this cold wind is. Now that Qi Hanyu has been shattered, how can Xiaoyan possibly have the ability to pass through here if you ask him to leave by himself?" Bing Shuang's pretty eyes were gently opened when she heard this. She looked at the young lady in front of her. She involuntarily sighed in her heart when she noticed the hidden bitterness in the latter's pretty eyes. Immediately, her expression did not change as she looked at Xiaoyan. Her eyes narrowed as she spoke in a deep voice. "I heard from Xianxia that you have sealed the crack in the eastern wall earlier. Since you have the ability to seal that crack, I think that it should not be difficult for you to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range." The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes immediately hardened when he heard Bing Shuang's words. He did not expect that Murong Qianxian had already informed this woman in front of him about this matter. His heart involuntarily tightened. Immediately, Xiaoyan turned his eyes towards Bing Shuang. At the same time, the latter's indifferent face revealed a cold glint. Xiaoyan's eyes slowly narrowed when he saw this. A determined expression appeared on his face as he said, "Senior, please do not say any more." "Senior, there's no need to say anything more. Giving me this opportunity is already a great favor. I'll walk the rest of the path myself. Farewell." Xiaoyan's voice had just sounded when he turned around and flew toward the western sky. "Xiaoyan, wait." Just as Xiaoyan turned around, Murong Qianxian called out to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at the latter. At the same time, Murong Qianxian also looked towards Bing Shuang. The expression on her pretty face appeared somewhat anxious as she hurriedly spoke to Bing Shuang. "Sister Bing Shuang, Miss Murong, there's no need for that. I alone will be enough for the rest of the journey. In addition, thank you Miss Murong for bringing me into the hinterland of Shilin." However, just as Murong Qianxian's words left her mouth, Xiaoyan's calm voice was quickly transmitted over. In the next moment, when Murong Qianxian immediately turned her head to look at Xiaoyan, the latter's foot suddenly stepped on the empty air. His body moved and turned into a flowing wind that instantly disappeared in front of Bing Shuang and Murong Qianxian. Murong Qianxian's pretty face instantly changed when she saw Xiaoyan disappear. Her small mouth opened slightly, but the words in her mouth could not be spat out. Looking at the direction that Xiaoyan had left in, the young lady's eyes involuntarily surged with worry. A deep shock also surfaced on Bing Shuang's icy face at this moment. Other people might not recognize the agility do skill that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier. However, at her level, how could she not recognize this agility do skill that was extremely famous in the entire Western region? Sky Absolute Steps. No wonder you possess the ability to fight against a 9-star half-emperor. If you have mastered the Sky Absolute Steps, you would really be able to achieve this. The corner of Bing Shuang's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile as she watched Xiaoyan disappear into the cold wind. She quietly spoke in her heart. Immediately, she pulled Murong Qianxian, whose face was filled with hidden bitterness, with one hand. Her body moved and she also flew towards the west. "Since the Sky Absolute Steps is on your body, it looks like you are not a member of the 4 large sections." Xiaoyan, this name seems to be somewhat unfamiliar. Could it be them? While flying, Bing Shuang quietly frowned. Her heart appeared to be seriously thinking about something. This was especially so when she thought of the so-called of them. The expression in her eyes instantly became gloomy. Chapter 490. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Within the piercing cold wind, the do qi within Xiaoyan's body, which had once again recovered to its peak due to his breakthrough, repeatedly surged out of his body as though it was free of charge. The brilliant, heavenly flame wrapped around Xiaoyan's entire body, dyeing him into a flame person. The high temperature in the sky and the surrounding cold wind fought each other. No one was willing to give in. Xiaoyan was undoubtedly suffering a one-sided loss under this kind of grinding. After all, the cold wind in this world was endless. If he was careless, it could affect Xiaoyan's speed. In order to resist this cold wind, Xiao Yan had no choice but to wildly expend the dou qi within his body to resist the cold. The result of this was that Xiao Yan's aura gradually weakened. As Xiao Yan approached the central region of the hinterland of Shilin, he could sense that the cold wind between the sky and the earth had become many times stronger than before. He had already traveled for a day, but over half of the dou qi in his body had already been exhausted. If this had been an ordinary day, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not have exhausted even 1/10 of the dou qi within his body even if he had traveled day and night for an entire month. Even less needed to be said about the current situation. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also became increasingly solemn as he received the cold wind that was pouncing over from all directions like a vicious wolf. If this continued, he would be completely frozen to death by the cold wind because of his dou qi exhaustion before he could reach the central area of the hinterland of Shilin. This was something that Xiao Yan was extremely unwilling to accept. Feeling helpless, Xiao Yan could only place his final hope on Guyu, who was within his body. If this old man still did not appear, Xiao Yan would really be hopeless. Gu, if you continue to pretend to be dead, I will not be able to hold on any longer. Gu. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. He continued to call out to Guyu in his heart. At the same time, the dou qi within his body surged out of his body in an even crazier manner. The sky absolute step under his feet was unleashed to its limit. The frightening speed caused Xiao Yan to appear like an invisible bolt of lightning in the sky. Even so, Xiao Yan was still unable to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range before his dou qi was completely exhausted. Hee, little fellow, didn't you confidently say that you could walk on your own? Why are you losing your confidence now? Finally, just as Xiao Yan was about to give up, Guyu's mocking laughter came from Xiao Yan's body. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately hardened when he heard this familiar voice. Hope rose in his heart once again as he hurriedly spoke excitedly to Guyu. Old Gu, there is no time to joke now. If you do not act, this little life of mine will likely end here. Guyu involuntarily laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Yan's tearless voice. He continued to tease, what is it? Our great flame emperor, an extremely great person who even a heavenly flame cannot do anything to, is actually going to end up dying in this world of ice and snow today? Ha! Xiao Yan felt even more helpless in his heart when he heard this. His eyes swept over his surroundings as he spoke to Guyu with a grave expression. I wonder what kind of strange thing exists in this place. It is actually able to emit such a frightening cold aura. Even my heavenly flame has difficulty suppressing it. If not for this, I would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Ugh! Xiao Yan immediately cried out bitterly in his heart when he sensed the frightening cold wind. Ever since Xiao Yan had started training, his heavenly flame could be said to have always been successful. Even when facing an opponent whose strength far exceeded Xiao Yan's, the heavenly flame was still able to help Xiao Yan. Now, however, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame had been defeated for the first time in the face of this cold air. Moreover, it was a defeat in which it was unable to retaliate. Of course, if the bone-chilling flame was the main body, the result would naturally be different. However, Guyu, who was in Xiao Yan's body, did not seem to have any intention of intervening. Hee, stinking brat, it would be strange if you could easily suppress this cold wind. Guyu, who was in Xiao Yan's body, laughed when he heard Xiao Yan's somewhat gloomy words. Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he heard this. He frowned slightly and asked Guyu in a stern voice. Old Gu, what do you mean by this? Humph, brat, haven't you been looking for that thing? Honestly speaking, your luck is really good. I only told you about it before you entered the mountain. However, you actually found it so quickly after entering the mountain. Moreover, that thing can be said to be right in front of you now. Guyu laughed softly. His words involuntarily revealed some surprise at Xiao Yan's heaven-defying luck. At the same time, a complicated expression involuntarily surged into his heart. Old Gu, this junior hopes that you can speak clearly. Based on what you have said, I am really unable to recall it at this moment. Xiao Yan's face was filled with worry when he heard Guyu's soft laughter. His heart felt incomparably uncertain about these ambiguous words. Hee, it looks like you really cannot recall it. In that case, let me remind you again. Ice Spirit Pill. Huh. Gu Yu's words had just left his mouth when the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly hardened. His body, which was swiftly flying forward, also came to a halt in the empty space. At this moment, even the entire world had paused for an instant. At this moment, a great storm had been stirred within Xiao Yan's heart. Endless joy and surprise surged within Xiao Yan's heart like a tidal wave, rising and falling one after another. After Gu Yu's reminder, Xiao Yan immediately understood what the thing that Gu Yu had mentioned was. It was something that could suppress a heavenly flame in the world. It was something that was born and nurtured by the world. It was considered to be the coldest energy in the world, the Ice Spirit Cold Liquid. Ice Spirit Cold Liquid. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally spoke with a pause between each word. The Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was the most important medicinal ingredient to refine the Ice Spirit Pill. At the same time, the Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was also the most important thing that Xiao Yan needed to swallow the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan originally thought that with the rarity of this thing, it was likely that he would only have the opportunity to obtain it by going to some large-scale auction houses. However, he did not expect that this kind of natural treasure would actually be in the hinterlands of the Shilin mountain range. It was no wonder that the cold wind in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range could suppress the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan was most proud of. Based on what Gu Yu had said, that thing was right in front of Xiao Yan. Could it be? Old Gu, what you're saying is that the icy spirit frost liquid exists within these cold winds. Chapter 491. Not bad. Xiao Yan's eyes contained a glint as they swiftly swept over the surrounding sky. He sensed the cold wind whistling past the heavenly flame barrier. His heart's original opinion of the danger of this cold wind had also changed. If this cold wind could be described as a lethal poison to Xiao Yan earlier, at this moment, this cold wind was a miraculous medicinal pill that could revive one's flesh and bones. The Ice Spirit Pill was an important medicinal pill that was related to Xiao Yan's ability to swallow the heavenly flame. The Ice Spirit Cold Liquid was the most important main ingredient. Xiao Yan's heart naturally viewed it with great importance. Xiao Yan's mind suddenly shook without saying anything. The dou qi within his body wildly surged out at this moment. He waved his large hand and a frightening suction force wildly gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. The surrounding cold wind was also attracted by this force and swiftly gathered toward the hand that Xiao Yan had extended. After being wildly refined by the heavenly flame, the cold wind that was sucked into Xiao Yan's palm turned into an extremely tiny water droplet that was suspended within the heavenly flame for a short period of time. Although the strength of the heavenly flame was frightening, this tiny water droplet was able to endure the high temperature of the heavenly flame for a couple of breaths' time before it was gradually evaporated by the heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, a wild joy immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. Being able to possess such a frightening fire-controlling ability, this water droplet was definitely the Icy Spirit Cold Liquid. There was no doubt about it. Xiao Yan immediately waved his large hand after making this decision in his heart. Immediately, a wild and violent suction force agglomerated in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. It began to wildly agglomerate the cold wind around him. At the same time, the frightening, heavenly flame unleashed a frighteningly high temperature that could incinerate the sky and boil the sea. Within a short moment, a water droplet the size of a grain of rice was gradually agglomerated on the palm that Xiao Yan had extended in front of him. Although the refining speed could be said to be a drop in the bucket, Xiao Yan's heart still felt extremely happy at this moment. Puff, however, Gu Yu involuntarily let out a mocking laugh from within his body. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became startled when he sensed the disdain that was transmitted from within his body. Only then did he withdraw the dou qi that had surged out of his body. He frowned and asked Gu Yu, "Elder Gu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Smelly brat, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. But remember, next time, you must listen to what this old man has to say first before you make a move. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss. Don't tell this old man that I'm telling you first, Xiao Yan felt even more puzzled when he heard Gu Yu's laughter. However, he finally nodded and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Gu Yu smiled again and said, "That's right. The reason why this old man said that the icy spirit frozen liquid is right in front of you is because the icy spirit frozen liquid exists in this world. Of course, the prerequisite for this existence is that it has been diluted countless times." Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he heard Gu Yu's words. He involuntarily thought of something in his heart. Gu Yu smiled and continued speaking. "Even if all the icy spirit frozen liquid in this world were added together, it is likely less than 1% of the total amount. It is impossible for a small amount of icy spirit frozen liquid to be able to turn this world into a world of ice and snow. Hence, there is definitely a large amount of icy spirit frozen liquid in the interior of Shilin, an icy spirit frozen fountain." Xiao Yan's face was immediately replaced by a dense shock after Gu Yu's words sounded. Gu Yu's words were like thunder as they reverberated in Xiao Yan's mind. The last few words caused Xiao Yan's mind to buzz. The icy spirit frozen fountain was a natural treasure that could cause the experts in the entire continent to go crazy over it. Did it really exist somewhere in this place where Xiao Yan was standing? Instead of refining less than 1% of the icy spirit frozen liquid in this world, why don't you try to find the icy spirit frozen fountain? You should understand that as long as you find the icy spirit frozen fountain, the icy spirit frozen liquid contained within it will be dozens or even hundreds of times more than the total amount in this world. Moreover, the purity of the liquid will allow you to directly merge it into a medicinal pill. Whether the two choices are good or bad depends on which one you choose. Gu Yu laughed before he quickly opened his mouth to speak. Moreover, this old man can roughly sense the location of the icy spirit frozen fountain. If you are willing, this old man can help you find it. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard Gu Yu's words. There was naturally no need to say what choice he would make. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with longing for the icy spirit frozen fountain. After all, if he could really find the icy spirit frozen fountain, Xiao Yan would be able to obtain it when the time came. Please lead the way, old Gu. I am also extremely curious about the icy spirit frozen fountain. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and respectfully spoke to Gu Yu. Alright. In that case, let's continue walking. If this old man senses correctly, the icy spirit frozen fountain should be directly in front of you. This time around, you can use this old man's strength. After all, this place is close to the central area of Shilin. The cold wind there is sufficient to take your life. Gu Yu spoke in a solemn tone. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening dou qi immediately rose from the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, Xiao Yan borrowed this dou qi to swiftly raise his aura to an extremely frightening level. Xiao Yan's body moved and the sky absolute step was unleashed. A cool breeze blew across the sky. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared on the horizon. That's right, old Gu, I still have a question that I wish to ask you. Xiao Yan ignored the cold wind around him. A dense white heavenly flame spread from his eyes. The strong wind caused his long white hair to flutter. It was like many small snakes that were twisting in the wind. Oh, what is the question? Let me hear it. Gu Yu involuntarily felt a little uncertain about Xiao Yan's sudden question. He hesitated for a moment before speaking to Xiao Yan. I am very curious. When you first arrived in the western region, you did not completely hide your aura, even when facing the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Why is it that you actually, brat, don't tell me you're really treating her as an ordinary woman? Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when Gu Yu's voice was quickly transmitted. His words contained some admiration for Bing Shuang. Old Gu, do I look like someone who only cares about appearances? Xiao Yan merely shook his head, smiled, and replied. Regardless of whether you are or not, you must not underestimate the strength of that girl. It is not that I want to say this, but the sect leaders of the 4 great sects are nothing in that girl's eyes. Gu Yu softly spoke. Soon after, he once again became silent. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was originally swiftly flying forward, once again paused in the empty space. Xiao Yan lowered his eyelids. His dense white eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of him. His body involuntarily trembled under his black clothes. Xiao Yan naturally understood Gu Yu's words. If Gu Yu could say this, Bing Shuang's true strength would definitely far surpass the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. Since it far surpassed them, Bing Shuang's strength would at the very least be Origin Transformation Stage. Chapter 492. With the help of Gu Yu's strength, Xiao Yan was able to move through the cold wind without any hindrance. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the cold wind did not even have the chance to approach Xiao Yan. It was isolated in the empty space 100 feet away from Xiao Yan. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan was moving forward was many times faster than before. Under Gu Yu's guidance, Xiao Yan appeared in a dimly lit cloud within a couple of hours. The clouds in the sky were extremely dense. At this place, if an ordinary person were to look with their naked eyes, they would not be able to clearly see more than a meter away. At this moment, when the dense white, bone-chilling flame lingered over Xiao Yan's eyes, the world below gradually became clear. Below the clouds was a world of ice covered in snow. The thick layer of snow indicated the desolation of this place. Due to the dim light, the snow on the ground appeared gray. At first glance, one would not even be able to recognize that it was snow. The grayish-white clouds and the gloomy world seemed a little out of place compared to the outside world. If an ordinary person saw this scene, it was likely that they would think that this was a desert. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was high in the sky, involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene below. Forget about other people, even he did not believe that this was the location of the icy spirit cold fountain, just by looking at this desolate scene. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He asked Gu Yu while feeling doubtful in his heart. "Old Gu, are you certain that this is where the icy spirit cold spring is located?" "Hee, little fellow, relax. This old man's senses will not be wrong. This is indeed where the icy spirit cold spring is located." Gu Yu chuckled and spoke in an extremely certain tone. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's frown did not ease. His eyes rotated as he asked Gu Yu again. "However, the cold chi in this world is not much different from other places. I can't sense any different aura at all." Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed after he spoke. A bright glint flashed across his densely white eyes. "Hehe, your guess is correct. Although the icy spirit cold spring is not in this snowy land, it is beneath the snowy land. As long as one can enter the ground, one will be able to see the icy spirit cold spring. This point is similar to the crack on the eastern wall, which also came from underground. As for the source of the cold wind, this old man is certain that it is the icy spirit cold spring." Gu Yu had gradually withdrawn his joking mood at this moment. His tone was solemn as he spoke to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face once again revealed a fiery hot expression after Gu Yu's words. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the dou qi in his body immediately gathered in his palms. His body flashed and appeared in the air above the snowy ground. He raised his palms and curled his fingers into claws as he viciously slashed at the snowy ground below. "Wait!" However, just as Xiao Yan's claw was about to land, Gu Yu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke and forcefully stopped Xiao Yan. The claw that was about to land suddenly paused in midair. The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. He frowned and asked Gu Yu in a deep voice. "Old Gu, what is it?" "Kid, before you make a move, there is something I need to tell you. The icy spirit cold spring here clearly already has an owner. If you make a move without permission, I'm afraid that you will be hunted down by the owner of the icy spirit cold spring. You better think carefully." Gu Yu's tone was a little grave as he spoke. "Is it that woman called Bing Shuang? What do you think?" Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened upon hearing this. If that was really the case, it would likely be troublesome. Being viewed as an enemy by an origin transformation expert was definitely not a small matter for anyone, especially Xiao Yan, who had already formed a grudge with the 4 great sections. If he offended such an expert, it was likely that even Gu Yu would be powerless to continue protecting him. Xiao Yan nodded. "Damn it! The thing is right in front of me. Do I have to give up just like that?" Anger involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. He coldly snorted and a dense white heavenly flame immediately surged out of his pores. In the blink of an eye, it turned Xiao Yan into a flaming person. Old Gu, can you find out where that woman is? Hey, brat, are you trying to snatch it by force? This method is not wise. You should leave them first. Now that something has happened to the icy spirit cold spring, they will immediately think of you. At that time. But there is no other way. Gu Yu's words had yet to fade when Xiao Yan helplessly sighed and spoke. Hey brat, who told you there is no other way? However, Gu Yu chuckled when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan was stunned. He could not help but feel puzzled. Gu Yu chuckled again and continued. Based on my senses, those two little girls aren't too far away from us. If you dare to snatch them, I guarantee that those two little girls will arrive here before you can obtain the icy spirit frozen fountain. When that time comes, you'll really be in for a bad time. Not only will you be hunted down by an expert, but even those girls' feelings for you will also be erased. Xiao Yan could only helplessly frown when he heard the first half of Gu Yu's words. However, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard the last sentence. He helplessly rolled his eyes, curled his lips, and spoke in a deep voice. Old Gu, just tell me what the method is. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, there is no need to say anything else. Hey brat, are you still unwilling to admit it? Gu Yu chuckled when he heard this. He immediately withdrew his smile and said, this method is not simple. This method is neither difficult nor easy. However, the most important thing is that it requires you to pay a huge price. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard Gu Yu's words. A method that could cause Gu Yu to speak in such a manner was likely extraordinarily difficult. Oh Gu, just say it. As long as I can obtain the icy spirit cold spring, it is only natural for me to pay a price. Come at me. Xiao Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. His body shook as he stood in the air. His face revealed a determined expression as he spoke in a sonorous and forceful tone. Good. I like your decisive character of being able to abandon yourself in order to achieve your goal. The old me has not misjudged you. Go. Gu Yu purposely cried out in a solemn tone when he heard Xiao Yan's words. After which, he once again became quiet. Gu Yu's silence caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a little uncertain. The so-called price that he had thought of did not appear to have descended upon Gu Yu's head. However, Xiao Yan suddenly discovered that something was amiss at the next moment. Following Gu Yu's silence, the dense white flame within Xiao Yan's body and his powerful Do Qi began to swiftly disappear. At the same time, the dense white flame that had adhered to the surface of Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately, a frightening cold aura that caused Xiao Yan's soul to tremble descended upon Xiao Yan's head. The price? Chapter 493. Cold wind whistled through the misty world. It was like the roars of magical beasts. The world was lightless, and the sun and moon could not be seen. The entire world appeared to be a land of death. It was desolate, bleak, and devoid of life. At this moment, in this desolate snowy land, there was a ball of brilliant flame that emitted the only light in the snowy land. The fire extended for a distance of a couple of dozen feet. Looking from a distance, it appeared like a flickering star in the clouds. Only when one was close enough would one be able to see the exact appearance of the fire. The firelight was brilliant and colorful. The brilliant light was reflected on the surrounding snow, causing the originally dark and gloomy snow to appear brilliant and colorful at this moment. At this moment, a black-robed figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the brilliant firelight. The eyes of the human figure were tightly shut. His brows were tightly knit. Even though there was a brilliant heavenly flame around him, the face of this human figure was still pale at this moment. Xiao Yan's face appeared to be completely bloodless. Even his originally sleek red lips appeared dry and white at this moment. His skinny body was trembling slightly at this moment. The extremely cold air in the air caused Xiao Yan's aura to become increasingly weak. If this continued, he would be completely frozen in this place by the cold wind that was waiting for an opportunity to strike in less than 15 minutes. As the remaining Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body became increasingly thin, the heavenly flame around Xiao Yan's body also became dimmer. The cold wind in the outside world also became stronger as the strength of the heavenly flame weakened. Old Gu, what kind of method is this? You're simply trying to take this junior's life. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only place his final hope on Gu Yu. Hee, brat, you should endure for a little longer. Those two little girls are about to arrive. You will naturally be fine as long as they arrive. Ha! Gu Yu laughed when he heard this. It was as though he was not going to attack. Xiao Yan felt even more helpless because of this. He could only do his best to squeeze out the little remaining dou qi within his body, hoping that he would be able to endure for a little longer. At the same time, the frightening cold wind outside of the heavenly flame seemed to be aware that Xiao Yan was already at the end of his rope. Numerous invisible cold wind blades violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's heavenly flame as the cold wind whistled. Bang! 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 Each time it struck, it would cause the glow on the heavenly flame barrier to become a little dimmer. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression also became increasingly pale under the repeated strikes of the cold wind. Not long later, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Following the repeated erosion of the cold wind, the area around Xiao Yan that was covered by the heavenly flame swiftly shrank. That cold wind had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Despite being separated by the heavenly flame, that frighteningly low temperature still caused Xiao Yan's face to instantly feel numb. Qi! The approaching cold wind had already sealed the edges of Xiao Yan's black robes into a solid layer of ice. Xiao Yan's seated body was gradually covered by a thick layer of ice. A moment later, Xiao Yan's body was covered by layers of ice. Even though this was the case, the extremely cold temperature continued to invade Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's body was completely exhausted when Xiao Yan's body was completely sealed by ice. After Xiao Yan's body was sealed by ice, an extremely cold aura swiftly drowned Xiao Yan's mind. Everything in front of Xiao Yan turned into darkness. At the same time that the last wisp of heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body was extinguished, two extremely beautiful figures coincidentally arrived at this place from within the clouds in the sky above Xiao Yan's head. Just as the two of them were preparing to pass by, one of the two girls, who had fair skin and pretty looks, who was further back, suddenly frowned slightly. Her long and narrow eyes involuntarily looked towards the clouds below. When Xiao Yan woke up once again, the first thing that entered his eyes was an ice cave that had been meticulously arranged. The cave was decorated with many pieces of furniture. A faint fragrance permeated the air. From this, one could tell that this cave should be the bedroom of a lady. Xiao Yan sat up from the bed with a somewhat pale face. There was still some cold air remaining within his body. This caused Xiao Yan's originally skinny body to involuntarily tremble at this moment. Ugh, old Gu, what is this place? Xiao Yan violently shook his head and removed the uncomfortable feeling in his mind. Only then did he carefully ask Gu Yu in his heart. Hee, brat, you are currently very close to the icy spirit cold spring. Gu Yu did not reply to Xiao Yan's question. Instead, he laughed and teased. The expression on Xiao Yan's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Immediately, it turned into joy. Although he did not know what had happened, Gu Yu's words caused Xiao Yan's spirits to soar. However, at the same time that Xiao Yan's face revealed a joyous expression, a person suddenly walked in from the wide open door of the cave. Xiao Yan immediately withdrew the expression on his face when he saw that someone had arrived. Both of his eyes narrowed as the dou qi within his body, which had recovered a little, swiftly rose at this moment. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly stiffened when that pretty person completely appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The person who had appeared in front of him at this moment was surprisingly Xianxia. Could it be that the one who had brought him here was this little girl in front of him? Xiao Yan involuntarily felt speechless when he thought of this. The muscles on the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. If this was the case, would it not mean that the owner of the icy spirit cold spring, Bing Shuang, was also here? Just as Xiao Yan was thinking of that woman with frightening strength in his heart, a gorgeous lady, whose entire body was emitting an ice-cold aura, appeared behind Xianxia, who had just entered the door. This lady was Bing Shuang. The expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly hardened when he saw Bing Shuang. His body moved, and he hurriedly got down from the bed and respectfully stood on the ground. What a joke! The woman in front of him was a terrifying origin transformation expert. If he dared to be disrespectful to her, once he provoked her, it would be difficult for him to even keep his life. Rather than provoking such a terrifying person, Xiao Yan would rather be a little more respectful. At the very least, he would not let this woman become dissatisfied with him. Xiao Yan, are you all right? Quickly sit down. The cold qi in your body has not been completely removed. Murong Xianxian's face was filled with joy when she saw that Xiao Yan had already awakened. She hurriedly took a few steps forward and held onto Xiao Yan's arm. Her voice was filled with worry as she spoke with concern. Cough, cough. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now, but there's no need for me to sit down. With Senior here, I'm afraid that as a junior, if I sit down, I'm afraid. If I ask you to sit, then sit. What's with all the nonsense? However, before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, Bing Shuang's beautiful face was cold as she spoke with an indifferent tone. Xiao Yan's expression immediately froze when Bing Shuang's words left her mouth. Soon after, he let out an embarrassed smile and cupped his hands at Bing Shuang before sitting down. Murong Xianxian could not help but glance at Bing Shuang. Only then did her beautiful eyes turn and giggle at Xiao Yan again. Chapter 494. Following Xiao Yan's awakening, Murong Xianxian spent the next few days accompanying Xiao Yan by his side. A sweet smile was always present on her face. As for Xiao Yan, perhaps other men would be extremely excited when faced with such treatment, but for Xiao Yan, there was only a heavy sense of helplessness in his heart. Having the company of a beautiful woman was perhaps the thought of countless men. However, for Xiao Yan, who already had a family, he did not have the heart to flirt with other women. The only thing on his mind right now was the icy spirit Frozen Spring. After interacting with Murong Xianxian for a few days, Xiao Yan learned from her that the Ice Beauty's full name was Lung Bingshuang. The general situation was similar to what Xiao Yan knew. She was a terrifying existence at the level of a true overlord in the Shilin mountain range. Of course, Xiao Yan guessed that with Lung Bingshuang's strength, there was probably no one in the entire western region who could be her opponent. However, after conversing with Murong Xianxian, Xiao Yan quickly dispelled this thought in his heart. As an origin transformation expert, Lung Bingshuang had dominated the Shilin mountain range for so many years, but she had always been injured. It was hard to imagine that to be able to leave an origin transformation expert with an injury that was difficult to recover from. The opponent's strength was probably at the same level as Lung Bingshuang at the very least. So it's another origin transformation expert. Thinking of this, even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, his heart could not help but violently beat a few times. Beads of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on his forehead. In the end, Xiao Yan used the reason of needing to rest to temporarily brush off Murong Xianxian. Only then did the latter unwillingly leave the room. As for Xiao Yan, he also obtained a temporary respite. Phew! Seeing that the door to the cavern was tightly shut, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had obtained quite a bit of information during this period of time, he had to admit that this girl was really a chatterbox. Even Xiao Yan, who had always been known for his sharp tongue, had no choice but to admit defeat in front of her. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. He let out a long sigh. Only then did he frown and ask Gu Yu, who was within his body. Elder Gu, it's your turn now. Why don't you tell me how I can obtain the icy spirit cold fountain? You didn't bring me here to play with this little girl, right? Hee, not bad. You're right, kid. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows upon hearing Gu Yu's reply. He was speechless in his heart. He curled his lips and spoke in a deep voice. Elder Gu, now is not the time to joke. The icy spirit cold fountain is right in front of me. You can't possibly allow me to continue watching. That woman, Lung Bingshuang, is not a kind person. Once the cold aura within my body is removed, she will definitely chase me out of this place. Therefore, you must act first before that happens. Gu Yu spoke in a stern voice after Xiao Yan's words sounded. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and lay heavily on the bed behind him. His left arm was placed under his head while his right hand was randomly placed on his waist. His index finger gently tapped as he swiftly thought of a solution in his heart. It was a long while later before he spoke again. Elder Gu, you can't possibly ask me to steal it. Although I admit that my speed is not slow, it is only limited to the half-emperors. Given that woman's strength, I'm afraid that she will immediately target me as long as I dare to step out of this door. Therefore, this old man did not ask you to steal it. You, on the other hand, foolish brat, who do you think this old man is to ask you to do such a thing? Then, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. A doubtful expression appeared between his brows. Hey, this is for you. Guyu spoke in a casual tone. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's expression wildly changed. A large amount of unfamiliar information suddenly surged out of Xiao Yan's mind, causing Xiao Yan's head to feel as though it was about to explode. It was a long while later before he gradually digested this enormous amount of information. This is Tier 3 medicinal pill, Bodhisattva returning pill. That girl's injuries were also formed by cold qi. This Bodhisattva returning pill can help her recover. Of course, if she uses an ordinary method to recover, her injuries will be much better than they are now. But this girl is extremely stubborn. She clearly knows that her injuries were formed by cold qi, yet she still dares to stay in this dark and cold place. Although her injuries have recovered after so many years, the cold qi has entered her body, leaving behind a tuberculosis that is difficult to recover from. This has coincidentally given you an opportunity. Guyu laughed as he spoke in a cunning tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. From the looks of it, Guyu had already discovered that Ling Bingshuang was injured. However, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little surprised by the pill formula that Guyu had given him. Being the spirit of a heavenly flame, Guyu actually possessed something like a pill formula. This was really surprising. Little fellow, there is no need for you to overthink. Back then, the Tu-Shi ancient god was also an all-powerful individual. This is merely a Tier 3 medicinal pill formula. Forget about this. It is not as though the Tu-Shi ancient god did not possess even higher tier pill formulas. The old me has merely collected a small portion of them. Guyu once again laughed as though he had seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts. His tone contained a pride that could not be removed. Even though the Tu-Shi ancient god had forcefully devoured them back then, did they not follow the Tu-Shi ancient god to glory? Now that he recalled all of this, Guyu felt as though things had remained the same, but people had changed. Even someone as strong as the Tu-Shi ancient god was ultimately defeated by the loneliness of time. On the other hand, these heavenly flames that had been devoured by the Tu-Shi ancient god back then were now able to roam this vast world. The strongest. What was the use of being the strongest? After the flow of time, one would ultimately become a pile of yellow soil. Perhaps the Tu-Shi ancient god had destroyed his own cultivation in order to tell the world this truth. Of course, this truth could only be understood by the strong. The current Xiao Yan had difficulty even protecting himself. Naturally, he did not have the time to ponder over these questions. In the outside world, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he sensed that Guyu had once again become quiet. He probed Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, since you have so many pill formulas, why don't you want the pill formulas? Guyu smiled. Xiao Yan's face was filled with excitement as he violently nodded. His body, which had just been lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. It was as though he was waiting for Guyu to pass all of the pill formulas to him. Find your own way. There are so many pill formulas in the Alchemist Association. As long as you have the ability, you can take all of their medicinal pill formulas. No one will dare to say anything. Otherwise, you can head to the Alchemist Alliance. That place is a paradise for alchemists. Forget about Tier 3 pill formulas, even Tier 4 or 5 pill formulas will not be lacking. Of course, the first thing is that you must possess the qualification to get them to willingly hand over their pill formulas to you. Xiao Yan unhappily rolled his eyes in response to this. From Guyu's words, it was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over his pill formulas. Xiao Yan softly muttered a couple of sentences in his mouth. He was about to lie down once again when, at this moment, the thick and heavy stone door within the cave was once again opened. At the same time, a beautiful figure, whose entire body emitted an icy cold aura, slowly walked in from outside the door. When she entered the cave, she actually shut the stone door tightly in front of Xiao Yan's shocked gaze. Chapter 495. Xiao Yan stared blankly at Leng Bingshuang, who was strolling into the cave. The expression on his face gradually froze. In the end, a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead and fell into Xiao Yan's dark eyes. The sudden stimulation caused Xiao Yan to quickly recover his senses. Xiao Yan hurriedly stood up. In front of this woman, even with Xiao Yan's arrogance, he had no choice but to restrain himself. After all, this woman's terror was really difficult for him to face. Xiao Yan cupped his hands at Leng Bingshuang and was about to step forward. However, the latter raised her arrogant and cold eyes and glared fiercely at Xiao Yan. With this glance, Xiao Yan only felt that the space around him seemed to have frozen. He could not move at all. Leng Bingshuang withdrew her gaze. Her footsteps were gentle as she slowly walked to the front of the stone table in the cave. Her graceful figure was like a water snake as she slowly sat down. Only then did the woman let out a soft snort. The space around Xiao Yan immediately relaxed. Xiao Yan could not resist once again sitting on the bed. Xianxia wants you to sit, so sit. Otherwise, if that girl sees you, she will say that I'm not doing this and that. Although this exquisite voice caused one's heart to pound, the current Xiao Yan did not have the slightest mood to feel this lovely voice that was filled with magnetism. Nodding with a serious expression, Xiao Yan lowered his head from the beginning to the end. His gaze was fixed on Leng Bingshuang's pair of white and tender feet that were completely exposed to the air. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, Leng Bingshuang could not help but sneer secretly in her heart. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and her tone was indifferent. Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the hinterland of Xilin? As she said this, Leng Bingshuang's pair of icy blue eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan's slightly lowered face. Light flowed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. This woman was actually still suspicious of his identity. He had to say that she was really cautious to the extreme. However, in the face of such a strong woman, Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to say those words out loud. Since Senior has been asking Junior this question, then Junior doesn't mind answering. Xiao Yan raised his head slightly. His gaze, which was filled with fear, shifted from the latter's feet to Leng Bingshuang's beautiful face. My name is Xiao Yan. I have come to the Xilin mountain range only to borrow the path and have no other purpose. What a good excuse. Since it's just a way, why must you enter my Xilin mountain range? Wouldn't it be more convenient to directly pass through your human city? Leng Bingshuang clearly did not believe Xiao Yan's explanation. After all, Xiao Yan was only a mere 5-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he actually dared to enter the hinterland of the Xilin mountain range alone. If he did not have a purpose, no one would believe him. If that was possible, then Junior would really not have to enter the Xilin mountain range. However, Junior has some enmity with the 4 great sects of the Xilin region. They are eager for me to enter those cities. How would I dare to pass through there? Xiao Yan shook his head, sighed, and smiled. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, which did not seem to be fake, Leng Bingshuang could not help but frown slightly. Her beautiful eyes rotated as she coldly asked again. What do you have that is worthy for the 4 great sects to attack you? You're only a 5-star half-martial emperor. Even if you're an ordinary Dodi, the 4 great sects' sect leaders would not place you in their eyes. Leng Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. A cold light condensed within her icy blue eyes. My strength is indeed not worth mentioning to them. However, the sky annihilation steps that I possess is sufficient to cause the entire western region to attack me. The instant Xiao Yan's voice sounded, his feet moved. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body was like a gust of wind and instantly disappeared from where he stood. When Xiao Yan's body appeared once again, he had already appeared in front of the thick and heavy stone door. In the blink of an eye, he had once again returned to his original spot. Raising his gaze, Xiao Yan looked straight at Lung Bingshuang and said in a serious voice, "What do you think of this?" Seeing Xiao Yan use the sky annihilation steps once again, a strange expression involuntarily flashed across Lung Bingshuang's indifferent face. However, immediately after, it was perfectly concealed. It is indeed the sky annihilation steps. The four great sects have been searching for it for several hundred years. It is unexpected that it would actually be in the hands of a small 5-star half-martial emperor. In that case, you are from the Lu clan? The Lu clan naturally referred to the Lu clan that Lu Feng had single-handedly established back then. At the same time, it was also the small Lu clan in the current Qingyang city. Even though times had changed, Lung Bingshuang would still involuntarily recall some people and matters from back then when the sky annihilation steps was mentioned. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He said, "I am not from the Lu clan. It is only because I have some relationship with the Lu clan that I was able to obtain this sky annihilation steps. I believe that Elder already understands the enmity between me and the four great sects." Lung Bingshuang's face was grave and stern as she nodded her head. Immediately, she raised her beautiful eyes once again and stared coldly at Xiao Yan. That ice-cold gaze that caused one to tremble involuntarily caused Xiao Yan's heart to tighten slightly. Even if you can prove that you have no relationship with the four great sects, how are you going to prove that you did not come to my Shilin mountain range with ulterior motives? Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as an ice-cold chill swiftly spread out from her body. Xiao Yan could only feel that the surrounding space had become ice-cold, as though he was in a cold cellar. Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept back and forth across the space where the temperature continuously dropped. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together as a grave expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he was somewhat speechless at Lung Bingshuang's words. Indeed, he could only prove that he had no relationship with the four great sects. However, he was ultimately unable to prove his intentions for coming to the Shilin mountain range. After all, he was currently still within the Shilin mountain range. As long as he did not leave for even a moment, he would be unable to prove himself. "Humph, I can give you 3 days. After 3 days, leave this place and I can treat it as though nothing has happened. Before that, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of this stone room. Otherwise, even if Xianxia protects you, you will definitely not be able to leave this place alive." Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. An incomparably cold glint shot out from her ice-blue eyes as she spoke in an icy voice. After speaking, Lung Bingshuang slowly stood up from the side of the stone table. She strolled gracefully as she prepared to leave this cave. If I am not wrong, Elder's body should still have some old injuries that have yet to be healed. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's voice was suddenly transmitted over. The expression on Lung Bingshuang's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, when Lung Bingshuang turned around, an ice-cold killing intent suddenly swept out from within her body. The temperature within the entire cave rapidly fell. Xiao Yan's face also subsequently turned pale.